Hey now. Howdy, partner. Mr. Richard, how are you doing tonight? Lux, how are you? Waiting around. Appreciate you guys having the a little bit of patience while I just kind of finish a bit of dinner. Orion, good to see you in here. Been looking forward to the stream all day. Excellent. Wonderful. Been looking forward to seeing you in here too. How you been today? How's it going? We have clear skies tonight. We have clear skies, my friends. It's been wonderful out here. Astro Beard, good day, sir. How are you? Good to see you in here. All good in this hood. All good over here too, man. All good. We are on a target already. We have, again, got about 30-mile-an-hour winds, or wind gusts kicking up. So we'll see how well the exposure goes. I did a half an hour or 33-minute exposure. We are on M106, and we'll see how that one turns out. We'll see how it goes. All right, you good? Clear skies for the next 3 nights? Awesome. Excellent. Got to spend the quality time with the wife, but after that, it's go time. And then you'll do imaging too. But good that you got some clear skies forecast for you. We have after this, it's actually I was gonna say it's gonna be pants. I'm so used to saying that forecast, but actually Friday and Saturday for now are looking really, really good. So at least for that early half of the evening, which kind of works out well. And Thursday night might be. We'll see how that goes. But anyways, tonight's weather just kept improving by the hour. Every time I was checking on it, we had some clear skies forecast for about 8 until 11-ish. I'm like, nah, that's good enough. That's enough. We'll take the cover off scope for then. And then it started expanding to 12 and then 1. And now it's pretty much like the whole night through. Probably not going to go the whole night through. But it is going to be... We'll try to get a fair section, try to get some interesting objects. And I have changed out the filter to a filter we've never used before. Mainly because I've forgotten which filters I have kicking around. You woke up at 3 a.m. and it was cloudy just to the west at a rising Milky Way through the clouds. How'd that turn out, Lux? Coffee. Need more coffee. I need more coffee. Luna, how are you? Good to see you tonight. Mr. Richard, you're going to try Nina for the first time. Let me know how that goes. I've seen Sean Nielsen using that. Looks pretty interesting. Oh, to the point that I would probably consider trying it out. See how Nina would treat others. But yes, for now, I'm happy with with what we're using at the moment with the ASI Air and the ASI 533 MC Pro and the ASI 120 MM Mini, which has served me very well. Where did my other mouse go? There we are. We got about 5 minutes left in our about 5 minutes left in our exposure. We're gonna see how that goes. Guiding has kind of been all wonky a bit there. Luna, you're very welcome. Maybe it was just all that appreciation that kind of caused your computer to overheat. But yes, good to hang out in your stream. Good to see you having some fun doing some streaming. And always happy to contribute when I can, whenever possible. Always like to do what I can. It may not always be. Well, like I said, even how it goes here, like if you guys are just hanging out, that's great. I like to at least show support in that way. Just kind of hang out in the streams. To see what you guys are doing, if you weren't guiding, what do you think your longest exposure without any trails or issues? It's a good question. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I have not even tried doing that. Let's say 5 minutes ish. Depends. It also largely depends on. Okay, let's say perfect conditions, and everything is all balanced. And yeah, let's say like five minutes for an exposure. Happy to be here. It's nice and chill. Well, good. I like to. That's the whole point of all this as well. It's just to be a nice chilled stream, where occasionally something hilarious can happen. But yeah, it's looking at the night sky, showing you guys images that you may not necessarily be able to see from your area. Or if you are an astrophotographer as well, just share some stories, because we all have our good nights, we all have our bad nights, and it's just the stories that kind of come out of that are always interesting to see. Let's look at the cosmos. Let's do that indeed. Not my anus, but Uranus. Uranus. Because we're pretty much all 12 years old. But 15 years old, let's say. Let's make sure we can all be on Twitch. Twitch can be loud and chaotic, so it's nice to change of pace. And hey, I like space too, so it works. Perfect. Glad to have you in here. You know, I've always had that fascination with space. It's kind of like that almost cliched story of, oh, I've always loved space and the pictures, and I always wanted to be an astronaut. Never really wanted to be an astronaut. I just enjoyed how wonderful these images looked from outer space, and seeing the Hubble images and thinking, is that exactly how space looks? You know, are all those colors out there? When you use a modified color palette, like when you're shooting with the filters and sensors on the Hubble telescope, then you know that's what is those filters are highlighting those colors to kind of show you greater detail of what's out there and create a little bit of depth. Story time. My go-to was way off the other night and didn't capture a dang thing. Plate solve from now on. Test night tonight. Excellent. Plate solving is fantastic. I really had only encountered it when I started using the ASI Air. And yeah, it's just so nice to be able to really fine tune what your target is looking at. Before, when I was using my go-to, it was a bit of a crapshoot to be on target, especially depending on how your alignment went. And even if you've set up your location correctly in like the initial installation or the initial setup of with your hand controller, because if you even got that off, then everything else is going to be a little wonky as well. The idea of being astronaut on paper sounds great. The reality, probably absolutely terrifying. I'm right there with you. Right there with you. And I've said before, if we can have space flight be as reliable as, you know, like air travel on the, I was going to say air travel on the ground. You don't air travel on the ground. You know what I mean. Then yes, go for it. Would you ever consider beard glitter? I do have beard glitter. Not with me, but I do have beard glitter. It's just on another continent. So, as my plan moves on to buy the Star Adventurer 2i this April, I am on the lookout to buy a wide scope like the 72ED. I've had both. Any tips that I should be looking into? I don't plan on getting a field flattener because I don't mind the slight edge distorted stars that I can just crop out. The 72ED is, for me, I was getting about 1.5 minute exposures, maybe 2 minutes, if everything is working great. Again, try to have the widest field of view possible, because the Star Adventure is just going to be that much more forgiving. It is meant to be for more to have like a lightweight camera on there. Depending on what your camera is, that the scope for me, it felt like it was pushing the boundaries of what I could do to get a long enough exposure. You know, because it was just. It would notice that everything was kind of mucked up there. Goofer! Goofer, thank you very much. So I guess the first month wasn't a mistake. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Thank you very much, Goofer. Much appreciated. Good to see you in here tonight. There we go. 2 months. Thank you very much for the tier 1s resub. Appreciate that very much. First one on the spike of happiness. We really got to come up with a better name for it. Not the rod of love, as Devil's Hand would say before. But yes, Goofer, thank you very much. And we've been blowing up already. That's it. We're done. Kaboom. Be sure to take into account for the weight for a star adventure. Balance is so important with the higher weight and focal length. That's, I tried putting my 127 Mac on there, and I got maybe a 10-second exposure. It was grossly overweight with for the star adventure. I tried one session with it, didn't work out. But yeah, it's the kind of the lighter weight you can go with it. It's just gonna be that much more forgiving. Luna's totally gonna post glitter to you and be that person. Hopefully not a glitter bomb. Although if it's like the day before I move out, I'll just leave it. Just tell them it's a festive present, early Christmas gift. I see calculated at 3.5 kilograms, and also take into account the counterweight as well, because that's going to be included. So you're pushing 4.5 kilos on there. Just slightly impaled. That's it. It's just a slight impalement on there. All right, let's take a look. We have our half-hour image of M106. Now this is a different filter. This filter I had kicking around was in one of my old cases. I say old, it's like a couple years old. And that is we got an airplane that went through. It is a Moon and Sky Glow filter. Just kind of a generic branded one. I think I used it like once the first time I was taking pictures of the moon. But it's right up against the... It's a 1.25 inch filter. I am using that not the M48, but that adapter that I can put into the front of the ZWO camera, and just have this thing in there. But you can see we're still getting, we're getting vignetting on there. It is a very broadband filter. We're only cutting out just a tiny bit of sodium to kind of get rid of the lamps there. So we're going to get a lot more problems with the... Well, you can see it's much brighter than usual. And also, again, we had this vignetting around the bottoms there. Before I forget, a late happy solar rotation day. Thank you, Goofer. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. I gotta say, it's not so bad. I've said before that growing older is mandatory and growing up is optional. Completely optional. So yeah, we have don't look at my donuts. Don't look at my donuts. See, even if maybe we can kind of back this off a bit. So we are letting in a lot more light than usual. So we are going to be impacted by the street lights, which are LED. So that's still going to be a problem. However, the moon is pretty much already set. So that's not going to be impacting at all. This is just my street lights. Just the street lights that are causing the problem there. We did have looks like it was just a satellite that had gone through there. But what we see, we've taken images of M106 before. Actually, I'll pull that up for reference in a second there. But we can just see more, because we're using the broadband filter, you're getting more light coming through. And we can see much more of those outer, fainter spiral arms coming through there when we weren't able to see that before. So I either get the 72 ED or you get the 50 ED and get an Astro camera. Interesting choice. There are adapters now that you can get for the 50 ED that you can tack that onto the Star Adventurer. I think it's a 3D printed adapter. You can get sorted out there. I can't remember the company name at the moment. When I remember that, I bought. That's where I got the Batnoff mask from. I'll check my emails and see. Let's see where it is. That's this little guy for the 50 ED. It's a 3D printed bat mask. 50 ED comes with the standard. Okay, this is the upgraded one, the newer version of the. Yeah. Okay. Well, then you're golden. You're good for that. Anyway, but if you do want to get one of these as well, get a 3D printed bat mask for it, unless whoever you're going to buy from actually has a Batnoff mask for the 50 ED. Then it's not too much of a worry there. So yes, the filter that we're using, we're letting through so much more light. Do I have the? Yes, I do. I do have the white papers with it, so you guys can see the transmission lines, and if it makes any sense to you, you'll see just how much light we're letting through, just how little is being cut out. So that's there's our transmission lines, and it's really only cutting out the 575 nanometer range, and everything else is kind of getting through there. So that's basically, we're letting in about as much light as possible. It's pretty much the same. Looks like the same transmission line as the Beta, but it's not. It's just an off-brand thing. What is it? Sky's the limit. That's about it. Yeah. So I think it'd be great to use it with, or use it once the street lights turn out, you know, and really take some long exposures with it there. But you know, but it's also just the again, because it's the 1 1/4 inch, and we have a 1 inch sensor, and you can just see we're getting vignetting on there. It happens. That's why I kind of would opt to go for a 2-inch filter in my imaging train, so that we're going to try to eliminate as much of this as possible there. And that was the first filter you bought, was the Beta version. I always heard Astro Backyard talking about that on his videos, and he liked that Moon and Sky Glow, the neodymium filter. And yeah, this was kind of included in like the whole. It was a whole lot on eBay when I bought my first scope from, and it was just a whole bunch of different accessories. This was in there. There was a moon filter, which was very, very cheaply made. Like, you could only thread it on if the wind is right, and it's the third Thursday of every 5th month that you can get it in there. Can you, with the right filter, take pics of the sun? Of course. Of course you can. I used to have a solar filter, just a white light filter that would go over the front of the objective on the scope. And yeah, I could see the sun in white light, and just if there were going to be any sunspots, then we can catch them. There was only a couple of times I did imaging on the sun, or of the sun. figure if I did imaging on the sun, it would only be once. But it was just one of those things. We were at solar minimum, and yeah, it just didn't. I couldn't get the best kind of focus on there as well. But nonetheless, it was fun to look at it. It was really cool to just be able to see the sun. However, I do want to get a solar scope that's going to let you look at it in hydrogen alpha, because that looks that much more interesting. There you go. That was my one and only posted picture of the sun. Oh yeah, there's like tons of amazing shots of the sun that people have put out there. Photographer. Oh my god. Okay. This has already been. I've been back to work for 2 days, and it's just been absolutely crazy. I promise my English will return. My wording will come back eventually. Sup, nerds? Bill, how you doing? Good to see you in here. So yes, photographer spends 12 years, 1,250 hours exposing a photo of the Milky Way. Surviving Monday as best I can. Dude, it's Tuesday. It's a case closed. That's it. Everybody, meeting adjourned. So there was I threw on the 3 times Barlow on there as well to try and get some closer shots of it. I don't think we're actually seeing granulation. I'm thinking it's probably the camera, because also with the sunspots being that much out of focus, seeing any kind of perceived granulation of this sun is just the noise from the camera. Oxford, hello, how you doing? Really cool to see all those DSOs in one image. It is very cool. Let's jump back to that for a quick second. Actually, let me pull up the other image that we took of M106 to give you guys a comparison of what this filter is going to see. What we're seeing with the filters. Part-time fun, 40 orbits. Also, nice haircut. Thank you. Part-time fun. How you doing tonight? How are things? I just noticed your shirt. Thank you. Thank you. The microphone is now kind of in the way of things. I have to rethink my t-shirts now. Everything's got to be like right side focused. But thank you. This is a birthday present from Mrs. Canuck. So I can add a new t-shirt into the rotation. I am looking forward to another new t-shirt rolling in, which maybe only a couple of you may get the reference to. But we'll see. It's not even space related. It's just a cute t-shirt. Yes, let's have a look over here. So this was M106 with a 2-inch filter, which was this one right here, the Altair Astro Tri-Band one-shot color filter. So we are getting less detail in the galaxy itself, but pardon me, what we're getting is the nebulae popping through there. The green bothers me too. It's easily fixed in post by just readjusting the white balance in there. Oh, okay, yeah, fine. Reset the zoom. Anyway, so with the narrowband filter, we're only getting a little bit of the light coming through there. And now this is with the moon and sky glow filter, where we're pretty much getting almost all the light coming through there. Now the dust bothers me. Don't look at my donuts, man. That's it. Ignore the donuts. Uncle Bill, how are you doing? Good to see you in here tonight. So at least we can start to see a little more detail in the dust lanes. We don't really get a clearer view of the nebulae in the galaxy, but we are seeing. Actually, it's not too. Look at the stars. Actually, aren't that bad. Devil's Hand. All the booties. You got a squirrel booty in there too. That's an otter. Adorable. Busy, of course, like always. Well, good to see you in here, Uncle Bill. Good to see you. Devil's Hand, I'm doing well. Hopefully everybody else is the same. We got clear skies tonight. We have our first image of M106. I'm just kind of taking a look of the comparisons between broadband and narrowband. And this is a moon and sky glow filter that I had kicking around in my cases there. Bean, good to see you in here. How are you doing tonight? That's it, in here, shaking the booties all over the place. I convinced my friend to make an otter emote for her stream to add it to my collection. All right, that is cute. That is a cute emote. Uncle Bill, you're told you got a special mention in the latest Space Young podcast. Awesome, excellent. Guess you got to make time to find out what lies were told. I'm sure all good. Everything went to be all good. I'm behind. I'm behind on podcasts. I'm behind on YouTube videos. It feels like some days it's like all of a sudden it's, all right, get up and get ready for work, and oh, it's time to go to bed. Just sometimes the weeks blow by too fast. Even quicker when you're on holidays. I know it's hard to kind of take holidays right now, but just to not be at the computer first thing in the morning, for work at least. Yes, Bean, thank you. Things are going well over here. Like I said, we got clear skies tonight. We're going to pick our next target. And hopefully we're not going to have that much of an impact. Well, not too bad of an impact. You can see there is a lot of, even the small image over here, got a lot of vignetting with the filter. It's a 1 1/4 inch filter. The sensor there is an inch diagonal. So yeah, I think it's you can see this vignetting. I don't in previous images we haven't had anything that bad until before we had the other broadband filter. So still keeping a lookout. I'm almost tempted just to bite the bullet and get the Altair Astro Sky or the Skytech L Pro Max, because that's in stock, and I'm very impatient at times, and I like things. I like things to be in my hand for astrophotography equipment. I don't like waiting. If it's all good, then you know it's lies. I'll definitely have a listen to that for sure. Prutz, hello, how are you doing tonight? Good to see you. Tomorrow, everyone in the Netherlands can vote for the elections. It'll be first time voting. All right, Bean, excellent. Congratulations. Always good to make your vote count. I remember my history teacher back in high school. He said if you don't vote, then you really can't complain if things didn't go your way, because you did nothing to contribute to the possible outcome for voting. So yes, great to be able to vote. Feist, how much of a difference is made with moonglow light filters for the casual viewer with a basic telescope? You're going to be cutting out a bit of light pollution. It's going to offer you up a little bit better contrast than you would if you're just kind of if you're just just meaning the casual viewer. You mean in terms of astrophotography, or do you actually do visual astronomy yourself? Because it's just going to cut out a lot of light pollution. Actually, here's a comparison of two filters on the same target. Third Rock, how you doing? Good to see you in here. Learn the patience aspect. Used to be very, very impatient, but astrophotography taught me good things come to those with patience. That's true. That is true. So this is our first image of the night on M106. And let's just go back to auto stretch. We're getting a lot of light pollution coming through just because the street lights in my area we have more LED lights than the sodium lamps. So that's kind of what this filter is designed to cut out more of. So yeah, we're getting a lot of light pollution coming through there. But with this filter, we can see more of the galaxy. Whereas, same target, but with a different filter, we have, this is also a larger filter, so we don't have the vignetting, but it's cutting out a lot more light. And you can just see that there's highlighting different colors in the galaxy. The nebulae within the galaxy is popping more than in the previous image. So yeah, your filters are going to impact, depends on what your target is as well. So yeah, if you're kind of looking just to kind of cut out light pollution, then yeah, I think just like a city light suppression filter will work all right for you there. Visually, really, eventually some photo. Yeah, it's there are some filters that are better. The broadband filters that are going to do a little bit of cutting out of the ultraviolet and infrared. That's going to kind of reduce a bit of any bloating in stars and just kind of help with the contrast for visual observations. If you're going to be using you really wouldn't want to be using a narrowband filter for visual observations, because it's just going to be such a narrow band of light coming through there. And as Lux has mentioned down there in the most recent comment, is our meat cameras aren't really designed to see such narrow bands of light. You know, it's better to have as wide of an aperture as possible, like a Dobsonian for sure. That'll work out there. All right. Bean, all right, it's your first time because you're 19. Actually, hey, you know, it's wonderful to be able to vote. That is for sure. Shh. Nope. I'm going to be testing my focuser. It's giving me any vignetting soon. I got a 2.5-inch focuser on the way. The only problem is that another scope is attached to it. Fair enough. Hopefully everything is going to work out with all your equipment there. Feist, hopefully that it does answer your question, kind of point you in the right direction if what you're kind of looking to do. What kind of scope? Do you have a scope yet, or are you kind of looking to buy one as well? Caffeine Daydream. Good to see you in here, sir. How are you doing tonight? A lovely stream so far is being had. We have clear skies tonight, so it's absolutely wonderful. This is our first image of M106. And we kind of were fighting a little bit for any kind of detail coming through there. We did have a satellite photobomb. It's kind of rare that we get satellites rolling through. Tien! Hello, how are you doing? What do we see? A cloud in the background on 11 o'clock in the picture? That there? That's another galaxy. So that galaxy there, we go over to M106. The galaxy that we were seeing just to the 11 o'clock of M106 is NGC 4248. And that galaxy is 36 million light years away, while M106 is 25 million light years away. So it's a little bit of a smaller galaxy, a little farther away from us. But that's what I also like seeing in these images are the outliers, the unintended snapshots that we're getting. Even this little tiny galaxy back here, which is UGC 7356, sitting at about 24 million light years away. And also, Tien, we do have a channel point redeem. That is the what is that? And that will let you guys have the little heat map. If you're on a PC, you can kind of point to things as well. And as the Astrobot has mentioned, we do have merch available. You can click that link if you care to have a new t-shirt or a new mug or even a little tiny sticker. There is a cooldown on that. You don't need t-shirts and mugs popping up all over the place. You got a Celestron EQ 127. Works well for planets. Usually enjoy using but can't wait to upgrade. I did start off with... so yours is on equatorial mount then? Because I had the 127 on a Alt-Az mount. And yeah, it was good for... I saw Saturn, I saw Mars, and looking at the moon and globular clusters with that, where it's fantastic for visual astronomy. And yeah, it quickly kind of changed up in my arsenal of telescopes, and that one has kind of moved on to a new home at the moment there. Yeah, so if you have your equatorial mount, then yeah, you're going to be able to do better right off the bat with astrophotography with that scope. And I always try to go for that one. I think it is at maybe f12, so kind of put in a little more integration time on your images there. If only we had a zoom scope with fixed at like f3 that goes from 200 to 2000, no aberration or coma or field. Yeah, if that's like a magical scope, and if it did exist, that would be very, very expensive. We play Guess the Area. Oh yes, Lux, you had another link that I didn't click on. I apologize, because I hadn't seen that. Sebte! Sebte, how are you doing, man? How's it going? Welcome in. Red Scotty. Kieran's Tango. Welcome in. Welcome in. Thank you very much for the follow as well, Kieran. Appreciate the follow. Welcome into the observatory. Good to have you in here tonight. Seb, how was your stream? How was it going tonight? Lars, evening to you. Hello, hello. Welcome in, Raiders. How you guys doing? For those of you who are not familiar, who the heck am I? I am Tom. I'm the Astro Canuck. It is my pleasure to bring you guys live images of outer space. That's what we are doing tonight here in the east of England. We have clear skies, and yeah, we're taking full advantage of this. Mayonnaise Spoon! Thank you very much for the follow. How you doing tonight? Welcome in. Welcome in. Good to see you in here. You love outer space? I love it too. Love to look at all sorts of objects in the night sky. Evening, Red Scotty. How are you doing tonight, sir? Good to see you. Rito Simo. Is that right? Or Reed O. Simo? Oh no, I'll go on. Hey, no. Don't let me interrupt you. Don't let me interrupt you, Seb. But thank you very much. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. There you go. Drop a follow to Sebte. He is a fellow islander here in the UK, out of London. Good times on his stream. Very chilled as well. Very fun times over there. Just enjoy hanging out whenever possible. And apologies that I missed your streaming earlier today. Hopefully all went well with you. What are we looking at tonight? Tonight we are currently looking at, this is our first image of M106. It's a galaxy that is about 24 million light years away. Here's our first image there with a different filter tonight, trying out something new. It's an old filter to me, but a new filter to the channel there. And Feisty said you were looking at the EQ6R Pro mount and the LX85 to start some photography. I am. Is it the EQ6 or the EQ6R Pro? I'm using the EQ6R Pro, and I have never looked back on this one. It has been a fantastic mount, and yeah, I think it's definitely one that's going to be there for the long haul. And a big step up from using a Star Adventure as well. We're all well and winning. How are we? I'm doing well. Link reminder after chat. Yes. Kenny, hello. How are you doing, Kenny? Just popping in for a quick hello, and then I got to get back to work. Great images there. Thank you very much, Kenny. No worries. Good to see you in here. Thank you very much for popping by. I do appreciate it. Old School Coder. What's up? How you doing? Just stumbled onto your channel. I'm UK based too, but my telescope ain't as powerful as yours. Hey, you know what? We all have different goals and different things we can do with our telescopes. But it's always good to take a look at the night sky whenever possible. But how you doing tonight? Good to see you in here. It's not rigged. Oh, no. See, it's not rigged. This is our view. This is a ridiculously clear out tonight. You're hoping for 3 rare achievements in a row. I know that some people can kind of steal achievements as well, so I have to work on a bit of the coding there. Make sure that we don't have any achievement snipings going on. You would have got it. Or would you have? Who knows? How long does it take to take one picture? We usually do images here in... Oh, He's sniping them. He's taking the rare achievements. It's not going to work, Calf. There's no bias at all. Right, how long does it take to take one picture? We usually do images in about 10-minute increments. I'm unable to live stack the images, but we'll take a long exposure. We'll look at the images when we start off the stream. I'll do a 33-minute exposure, so you guys aren't going to be sitting through that. However, I've been rambling on for quite a while, and we haven't picked a new target yet. So we're going to check out another one. Doing Deep Sky Stacker live. I could be. You're waiting for that rare achievement, aren't you, Calf? Deep Sky Stacker live. It would be possible. I think I'd have to be like pretty much directly hooked in to the laptop with the computer, not using the. I don't know if I could use it with the ASI Air. Unless we can just pull it from a folder. Possibly we could have a look at that. He's not hacking. There's no hacks. No hacks. Did you see today's video from Scott Manley? I did not. I have not. Is there? Do you have a link? Drop it in the Discord there. DSS just pulls from the save folder and stacks the images as they come in. All right. I will. I'll check that out. Do you think Elon is actually going to put people on Mars? I would say he's going to be a contributor to that. There's going to be a lot more than just him and just Elon putting the work in to getting people on Mars. Getting boots on Mars should be a goal for everybody. But if the Starship is going to work, then more power to him. Should have told you that how long ago. That's how you should show stacked images during stream. If. There you go, Calf, you got it. Excellent. See, it's not rigged. Maybe developing LEO and the moon should be a higher priority goal for now. I mean, there's always going to be, everybody's going to kind of lean, what's going to be really cool to see, what's maybe going to be a little more practical for things, there's always going to be, well, I mean, I guess the first time that we're going to go to the moon, it seemed very impractical, very fantastical to be able to do something like that. So yeah, to be able to put people on Mars would be a incredible feat for mankind. Right. There was Lux, you had a couple of things. Also, mayonnaise spoon, apologies, I didn't mean to skip over your message there. What are your thoughts on dark matter and black mass, or what it's called? Do you know You know, the black substance in the universe that is some predict exists in a different dimension. We cannot perceive it. Dark matter. You know, it's there. Sorry, this message is tag confusing, but I hope you understand what I'm asking. You're asking about dark matter. It really should be called dark gravity, at least, because it does exert a force, but we can't measure it. We know what it is, but until we can measure it, it's out of that. It's in that realm of mystery. I mean, you can give it any name you want. You know, I think calling it dark matter is a bit of a misnomer, because you know it behaves a little more like gravity. So maybe calling it dark gravity would be a little better, or you could end up just calling it, you know, Fred or Barney. Any kind of name for it right now until we can understand exactly what it is. So I want to make sure I didn't miss anything else. Talking about the Rasa, it'd be easier than the Hyperstar, but you have to be super mindful of temperature, focus shift, and refocus every plus or minus 1 degree because the scopes are so fast. So yeah, I did think about getting a Hyperstar and like an Edge HD to try to flip-flop back and forth, but it does seem like a bit of a faff for that kind of scope. Use the Force. Alpha!
Just stopping by to say hey, peace and love. Less than 3 back to yard work.
Thank you very much, Alpha. Appreciate that. Good to see you in here tonight. Enjoy your yard work. But thank you very much, Alpha, for the 100 bits. Appreciate that. Thank you. Hope you're doing well. Like I said, if you guys are here for a short time or a long time, I appreciate the little bit of support that is given there. Seb, thank you very much for the 25 bits. Appreciate that, dude. Join the dark side, maybe. They have cookies, I hear. Do you think we'll have residential space in this century? I don't know. So that's a bit of a tough one. The rod that must not be named. Alpha, thank you very much. Appreciate you popping in there. Have a good time with yard work, as best as you can. But thank you very much for the 100 bits. Appreciate that. It's really not if you ever decide you want to go Edge HD plus Hyperstar. I'll let you know. We'll talk you through it and save you all the headache. Appreciate that. It's still is a thought. It's just that to be able to kind of switch back and forth and have just one scope and one accessory. Although, you know, the price of a Hyperstar, what do they run about, like $1,400 or something like that? Is it? Or is it a little less, a little more? Seems easier than sending people to Mars, at least, right? Yeah, that'd be, yeah. Are they going to be living in low Earth orbit for? Is it going to be for experiments, or is it like, or you mean like residential? Like here's, buy this property up above space and check out everything that the Earth has to offer. Views. Cosmic radiation, micrometeoroids blowing through your hand, you know, all that other kind of things like that. With the filter drawer for the 8-inch SCT, it's about $1,300-ish. Still cheaper than a Rasa. Blood boiling is included. Operators are standing by to take your deposit. I think it's certainly possible. Depends on how quickly space agencies could construct a small station. No other reason than to making heaps of money out of it. Exactly. I think would the novelty of weightlessness wear off living in low Earth orbit, or would you not even notice it? I mean, obviously the limitations of staying up there that long. It takes a toll on your body as well. I can't see that anybody living on Mars. I think that the fact is that you'd be living on Mars is because there really may not be an easier way to kind of get back. Maybe needing to work on some weird orbital industry nearby. Maybe. Halthor, Thor, God of Thunder, welcome into the observatory. How are you doing tonight? Thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate that. And SCT is a jack of all trades. Deep field, yes. Planetary with Barlow, yes. Wide field of F1.9 with Hyperstar, yes. It does it all. The only thing it doesn't do well is solar. And that's when you get your solar you get your PST and you're good to go. I say don't need solar when you can't even image the whole space in your lifetime. I mean, yeah, there's tons. I mean, you need to be like living in like an ideal area that you have pretty much a 360-degree uninterrupted view of the night sky to get as much imaging as possible. Hello there. Nice to see such a content. I'm from Germany and interested in astrophotography, but I haven't tried it yet. I would kind of say you're in the right place. There's quite a few of us in here who do astrophotography, and if you do have any questions, feel free to ask. That's what we're here for, to try to point you guys in the right direction if you're new to the hobby. I've been doing this for the better part of 4+ years now, and there's still tons I don't know. Still tons I don't have an expert opinion on, but I'll share any experience that I have with the equipment that we use. And yeah, there's tons of other people who are in the chat. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Thor, for the Prime sub. Very gracious of you. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. For the Prime sub, 1 month with us. Welcome on in. Here you go. You go on the rod that has yet to be named. But yes, for those of you who are new to the channel, welcome in. Good to see you guys. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and it has been an hour since I've taken a new image. So let's pick another target out there that we can pick out there, that we can get some imaging time on this. Awesome idea. Thank you. This printing program was developed by DJ Teo and sensationalized by Nutty, another Twitch streamer. Both of them are Twitch streamers. And yeah, it's only recently kind of been rolled out to the general public. I think it's a fun way to, get you see your name in print. It's a little more than just the animation on the screen or your name in the chat there. So it's a nice little touch. I think it adds to things. Did I attend any Astro clubs pre-COVID? I know there's a few local groups in my area that would do monthly meetings. I did go to one of my local ones a few times. I hadn't joined them. I should have, but they had outreach for people who weren't members, and went to a few of the star parties. Yeah, but it's always good. Kind of like pre-snap in Avengers. Yes. So the main reason I went to the 80mm is mosaics without having to worry about any wire diffraction spikes and keeping them in the same from night to night. Pardon me. If this year goes well, Barnard's Loop and Andromeda will be in the bag. Hopefully that goes all well for you there, Third Rock. I've yet to actually do a mosaic myself. I think it's about time. So we'll see how the setup is going to go with the wide field scope. And I think what I still want to do is get the 72 ED mounted on top, so I don't have to keep swapping the scopes out, because I should be able to get enough counterbalance as well with kind of 3 scopes sitting on top of there. That should be all right. All right. Yes. Speaking of mosaics, this is a very good segue until like the next brain fart comes along. So, a photographer spends 12 years, 1,250 hours exposing photos of the Milky Way. Man, that's dedication. That is really cool. Yeah, that is a ton of work, but that looks so bananas. You know, when you say, oh, there's nothing to shoot, but there's tons. There's tons of dust out there that you can image. You can try to go around a star, just kind of catch some of the dust lanes hiding around there. Yeah, that is not boring at all. That is really cool. That is tremendous. Juan Brazil, hello. Juan, how you doing tonight? The emptiness of space, some call it. It's true, given enough time, you expose all sorts of details out there. And speaking of exposures, let's get another target going here. Preferably, what do we have up towards the zenith here? Let's see, let's pick a... Let's see, Now, Lexi, sorry, again, you'd posted another photo. Guess the area of the night sky. You had posted this. Hint, it's at 135 millimeters. Polaris. So back to it. In all these years, why are we still looking? Like, just looking up at the night sky, or I mean, it's beautiful because there's still so much to learn. It's Polaris with a 11-hour exposure. That is cool. Oh, maybe reword it. Sure, they've gone. Nah, forget them. Humans, they're not worth it. I mean, in terms of aliens, are we are we thinking about aliens here? No, I say really. I used as a kid, I definitely was like, yeah, there's got to be aliens, and how cool would that be? And the more we learn about just how distant things are, just how insignificant everything is out there, and even at our bubble of information that's gone out there is only about 250 light years in diameter. That's still not a whole lot of space to cover, you know. So even if there's anything in that realm of the cosmos, you know, it's still a very tiny area that we've only kind of covered there. All right, so let's have get a target that's kind of up above there. We might just not be that interesting to visit. That's true. Okay, that's why nothing is lining up there. I'm looking at 4 in the morning here. All right. Actually, here we have this, and it's been quite a while since I've imaged this one. We're going to go to Messier 64. Almost as cool as Nintendo 64. If we exist, it's statistically impossible for other life like us to not exist, even more impossible after the recent years of discovering billions of planets. Oh, just another biped species, pass. That's it. If you only got 2 legs, not interested. Move along. Pardon me. Yes, all right, let's go over to M64, the Black Eye Galaxy. And make sure we got that saved. I am curious as well because I have not shot this galaxy for quite a while now. It has been a long, long time. Actually, the first time I shot that was like was with the old scope, and it was probably a very, very little time for an exposure there. We are not interesting. Who in their right mind would come to watch a North London Derby these days? You never know. I guess the image, no hints this time. Yes, like I said, my first image of M64 was very limited in exposure time. Very limited with the integration on there. Where is it? I didn't share how long this exposure was. But that was my first shot at the Black Eye Galaxy. So I was with the DSLR with probably only 10 or 15 second long exposures. Is a 33-minute exposure actually worth it if there's not perfect seeing? Interesting. I think it actually may not be high enough above the horizon. Yeah, well, it should be. It's right there. Yeah, no, you're gonna be risking any sorts of issues with guiding. And for me right now, we have winds gusting up at about 30 miles an hour. So hopefully the scope is going to stay protected enough in the area. All right, Calf, thank you very much for the lurk. No worries, dude. Appreciate you stopping by, and congratulations on on getting your Rare Achievement Award. I have not seen what you did out of your old C8 there, Third Rock. Alright, so I find it interesting why sometimes certain areas won't allow me to plate solve. Oh, alright. Now it's happy. Shared M64 in the shared images. Alright. Wicked. I will jump over there in just a second here. Let me make sure that we have our galaxy in the center. That's good enough for now. Let's pick a star. Is there really not that many stars in this section, really? I'm having to use U. How are there so few stars in this field of view? Citrus Sunset. Thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate that. How you doing tonight? Welcome in. Also, if I missed you, I do apologize on that. Old school coder, half an hour ago. Thank you so much for the follow as well. Welcome into the observatory. Appreciate that. Also, we had a few follows off stream. We had Stewie21 Turfin follow the channel as well as Nick Ange and Andy Lippy as well with the follow. Appreciate those as well. Very cool. Very nice to see some new faces that'll be hopefully showing up in chat, saying hello. If not, it's okay. Don't hold it against you. If you want to lurk, you want to lurk. It's cool. Hey there, just working, enjoying this. Well, good to see you in here. It's clear for me now, but I'm too lazy to set up this late. And that's why I do enjoy having the all-weather cover on the scope right now, because yeah, it's about 20 minutes to get everything from covered up, getting all the cords set up out there, and to be imaging. All right, let's start on this galaxy. I think we should be fine with our usual 10-minute exposure on there. Yeah, there's tons of galaxies around here. But yeah, it's been so long since I've imaged the Black Eye Galaxy. I think I was talking about that probably many streams ago, when we were looking to try to capture this galaxy, but it just wasn't going to be available at the moment. Right, I just love that dark dust lane in this galaxy. It's so cool. But tomorrow morning is clear, and that means early wake up and Milky Way core wonders. Fabulous. I appreciate I admire your dedication to get up early for some imaging time there. Able 1656 and Coma Berenices is on the list. Yes, we did image. We have imaged that area a couple of times. Let's see. No, that's not it. Went after this target a couple of times. One with decent success, and another one with not the best result, because I was like way off target there. There we go. Here's our coma cluster. And that's what I love about this section, is that there's more. You're seeing more galaxies and stars in this area of the night sky. And we have very, very few diffraction spikes and a whole lot of smudgies around here. I think that is very, very cool to see. Alright, for some reason my laptop likes to be extra noisy at the moment. Seems to be picking it up just a tiny bit. Give me 1 second here. Let me adjust that. There we go. That's better. You can also try unmodded Cygnus region with your wide 20mm lens. Do you have a filter on there? Try to cut out anything, but yeah, it's going to be... I mean, go for it. 20,000 galaxies in there. I mean, even at the focal length that this image is shot at, that's still not even covering like that whole area. We have the nice, we have the two larger galaxies in there, but there's still much more that we're missing out of here. Let's see if we take a look over at that area of the night sky. Maybe just seeing how many galaxies are starting to pop up here. And even like Stellarium still isn't labeling all of them, because I do have a magnitude limit on here. So if I start increasing that and just have them illustrate everything that's around there, we're going to get, it's just going to be littered with all these with all the markers there. But again, yeah, to capture this, to do this section like justice and having a long imaging session, I think that'd look really, really cool, as opposed to just our little vignetting in this single exposure. I believe this one was, I think we went 16 minutes on that one, just to try to get as many of the galaxies showing up in the image there. Try to tease out some of the dimmer sections there for sure. But again, there's the forecast is looking a little more optimistic at the moment, which is nice, because well, obviously we don't want we don't want cloudy skies. We don't want to have anything impeding our views. And it looks now like, okay, I said Friday and Saturday look great. That's just changed. We're back to maybe in the early hours of Saturday morning. Although if it is going to be clear from midnight Friday, then we'll still get a stream going. Pico Nico, hello. Good to see you in here. How are you? I want to do like 40 hours broadband and 40 hours in narrowband, just in case there's any HA dust lingering. Just a work week of imaging. It's nothing much. Pico Nico, how are you doing tonight? Good to see you. I do have something for you. Because whatever malfunctioned, we do have your printed sub receipt. So you may now go on the spike of joyfulness. Thank you very much for the tier 1 resub of 3 months. A week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago. Samsung, How you doing? Good to see you in here. I still haven't made a command to talk about the printer. It's still that fresh. It's still brand new. But how you doing tonight? Good to see you in here. We are currently imaging the Black Eye Galaxy M64. And we are about a minute away from that exposure wrapping up there. You're doing well, thanks. Counting down to 30 hours remaining until you can have your name back. Excellent. So, what brought about the name change? Actually, you don't even have to say. It's okay. I know name changes can occur every now and then. Trying out something different. You just got a tracking number tomorrow. Excellent. Very cool. Love getting tracking numbers. I'm waiting on a couple. One is just clothing related. The other one is slightly astronomy related. Check Discord. Okay. Maybe. Oh, look, it's our crummy weather. I know. I did it. I got some Lego. Wait, maybe I didn't. I did it. I got some Lego. I had to. There was like 2 free gifts with purchase. It's like, you know, I'm of the generation where you got the free gift in the bottom of a cereal box. You throw a free gift in there, yeah, I know what I'm going to buy it. That's cool, Lux, with the light painting. I like it. I dig it. Cracker Jack gifts. Yes. There's also a time when Cracker Jack gifts were actually interesting. And eventually this kind of switched over to like these boring little you can remember like almost like the 3D glasses you can get in there. That's about it. But no, that's very cool. Very, very cool. Remembering when Kinder Surprise gifts were legit. Yes! None of this, nothing that was like already pre-assembled, essentially. Just kind of open it up. Little like gears that would, you could adjust speed on your little toy. And I remember when things shot out sparks as well. When toys used to have sparks. And little pop caps that would go in the back there. The red tabs. Those were fantastic. You know, when toys were dangerous. When there was a risk of burning yourself. Or just kind of smashing your thumb. It was like the little hammer that would be in my RoboCop toy. It's like that little cap. Lawn darts, yes. We didn't have lawn darts, but we had jarts. We had the Nerf version of that. Still enough to just launch it at my brother. We would just throw those at each other. I once got a car you assembled that ran on a steel flyweight. Now that's not now it's plastic crap. Yes, I remember those. It's very cool. And it would like, it would take a while to get things assembled, and they were like detailed, but now it's not so much. All right, so this filter is such a broadband filter that we're getting washed out with the LED lights there. Ooh, do not look at my donuts, please. Well, the stars are round. Happy with that. What are the donuts from? They are little bits of dust and debris that's on the lens, or that's on the mirror. And there is a program that you can check online that will tell you where they are in your image train, judging by your pixel size and the size of the donuts. I can't remember what site it is. No, this was the image scale and field of view. But there's another calculator that would tell you where along your imaging train these dust motes are that's causing your donuts. I just can't remember which one it was now. Yes, so the M64, the Black Eye Galaxy, is mildly underwhelming in this image. Let's see if we can try to preserve this a little bit, bring something back out of here. Like I said before, I think originally my Clear Outside app says that we are Bortle 5, but with all the LED lights being put in here, yeah, I think it is Bortle 6. This is with a reducer. Yes, this is a 0.6 reducer that we're using here. So the M64 is well known among amateur astronomers. It is visible even in small telescopes and can be glimpsed with good binoculars. It is magnitude 8.5 spiral galaxy with apparent dimensions of 9.3 by 5.4 arc minutes. Visually, it exhibits an irregular shape with the very uneven brightness and texture. Overall, a bright oval oriented about east-southeast north-northwest with a bright large core. The large dark lane on the disk, which resembles a black eye, gives rise to its nickname. M64 lies at a distance of approximately 17 million light-years and is approximately 48,000 light-years across. At first glance, it seems to be a fairly normal spiral galaxy. However, recent studies have led to the remarkable discovery that the interstellar gas M64's outer regions rotates in the opposite direction from the gas and stars in the inner regions. I did not know that. I just discovered that now. So we have two different directions. The galaxy's inner region has a radius of approximately 3,000 light-years, while the outer section extends another 40,000. Active formation of new stars is occurring in the shear region, where the oppositely rotating gases collide and are compressed and contract. That is cool. Now, if we had, there's so little little light that's blocked out in this. No, I don't. I think we may even have to shorten the exposures a little bit there, because we're. I mean, look how much we've stretched the histogram. You know, in an effort to try to pull out any detail there. You know, we can get a little bit of a shape in there. So without it, it would be a perfect field of view. There are some targets that they would stand to benefit from the 1600mm focal length that the scope has. I am almost increasing the focal ratio by well, half. So it is a little slower. I think some targets, again, some targets would be beneficial for the even longer focal length. A lot of the galaxies that we're looking at, but again, I'm trying to improve the focal ratio as best as possible as well to try and get some images coming through there. And you know, this isn't where's the histogram right now? This isn't even the auto stretch. But definitely with this filter, not really able to go long exposures without really being impacted with the light pollution going on there. NGC 4725. You can also fit at least 2 more. There's that NGC 4725. It's not that far from where we're at. That one looks like it sits about the same size. I mean, that doesn't look, you know, for playing with the histogram on here. You can still make out that dark dust lane in the center, so you still know it's the Black Eye Galaxy. Pardon me, probably oversampling anyway. Might as well go with the speed. I got the need for speed. Did you just call me Blob? I didn't call you Blob, I said Bub. Alright, let's, well, we'll save this one down. It's like Bob's Knobs brand of knobs, but only gooey. Gives you more grip. Try Blob's Knobs. All right, where are we at in terms of the? Yeah, still we're still shooting low on the horizon. What do we got that's like almost straight up? So we can try to see if we can kind of shoot above. Bob made me knobs from my apparently Franken C8. Did they now? That's cool. I've yet to have a need for Bob's knobs. But I have read Bob Loblaw's log blog before. Had an odd combination of secondary mirror and hyperstar adapter. Do you have a picture of that? I'm trying to picture what that would look like. Right. Okay. I'm going to go over to NGC 3079 before jumping back over to Coma Berenices. Because this is... It looks like we got about a fair-sized galaxy and a few other galaxies in that shot there. And it's pointing like straight up towards the zenith, so we can try to avoid any of the light pollution. That's kind of, it's not until 1 in the morning are those lights going to be going off in my street. And yeah, I am going to go to bed before 1 a.m. Yeah. I'm going to go to bed before 1 a.m. But yeah, anyway, let's go over to NGC 3079, which I have not imaged before. So again, always like to grab different targets that we haven't shot in the past. And especially with this filter, I'm not sure what's gonna come out of these images there. I'm still gonna do a 10-minute exposure on this galaxy, just to see if pointing straight up and being away from the street lights is going to improve things a little bit there. So we're still not going to get a whole lot of light coming in there. A whole lot of the street lamps hitting the scope. Because not only the street lights are there, it's also going to be reflecting off the neighbor's house as well. I'm kind of shooting towards the northeast. So there's all sorts of problems going to arise. All right. Well, I mean, that's already starting to look a little better. So there is NGC 3079. And we got a decent star. Let's go back to our 3-second guiding. How about you? Are you better? Let's guide with you. Stay accurate. Please. Plane wave product. Corrective Dal Kirkham 700. Let's see. This is the little brother of the 500K one. It's close to my scope. The observatory is sold separately. Bob! Hello. How are you doing? Good to see you here tonight. Okay, this one's only $175,000. Okay, so if we don't get that other one, that was, you said it was 500K, we can get 2 of these. Perfect. Uses a giant pair of binoculars. Oh, excellent. I am doing well. I am doing very well. We have clear skies tonight. We are trying out a new old filter. And so far, I am not too impressed with it. I think I'm also probably shooting a little too long, but we're going to give one more chance to maybe redeem itself by trying to shoot away from light pollution as much as possible. Slew speeds up to 50 degrees per second for satellite tracking and fast target acquisition. Imagine the ISS passes and you track it. Bananas. You need that, I need that, we all want that. Yeah, who needs a house and a car when you can live inside? You can live inside a CDK 700. I'm sure that'll protect you from the rain. Just make sure you get a shroud over top of that so you can at least kind of park underneath it and camp there. Fast. Like that last one. Fast. 1-day installation and on sky taking images that same night. Weather dependent. Can you imagine someone getting cheesed off because they get installed? It's like, hey, there's all these clouds. You said same night imaging. Although if they are surprised by clouds rolling in by buying a $175,000 telescope, then clearly they have never put in the time before with buying a filter and having all the clouds roll in. And Astrobeard, you said you had posted. Okay. That is a well staged shot there. That's I love the depth of field on that. Very well done. Yeah, seriously, that's such a nice product photo. I'd want to buy them just for that. Holy potatoes! Look. Okay. I love the guiding right now. Like, usually you don't want to obsess about the numbers, but holy potatoes, come on. They were probably just thinking something cheap in there. Oh, where'd our guide star go? Hey, Savvy. How you doing? Yeah, I'm bragging about the About the guiding and keep losing our guide star. What the deuce? Do I have to up it to 4 seconds? I don't want to lose our guiding on this one. Savvy, how you doing? Good to see you in here tonight. Welcome, welcome, welcome in. We got some clear skies tonight. We are doing exactly what we want to do on this channel. Trying out a different filter tonight. You doing good? Excellent. Good to hear. Good to hear. We're trying out a different filter tonight just to see what we can... We'll go for that. We'll take that achievement. See what we can see. We're on a new to me galaxy, NGC 3079. And this galaxy that we're looking at is 54 million light years away. It is a 10th magnitude spiral galaxy appearing in the constellation Ursa Major. It has a physical diameter of 128,257 light years. It's a barred spiral galaxy of morphological type and is receding at 1,164 kilometers per second, about 0.4% the speed of light. Shall you crank it to minus 15 Celsius? I don't know if there's a marked difference in that. I probably even want to drop it to 20 degrees. But what are we at right now? We're our temperature at the moment. We are sitting at currently 7 weathers here in the east of England. And that's still minus 20 degrees is still well within. Alright, no, it is not raining. There is no rain. Oh gosh, could you imagine? I don't even want to think about that much rain falling all of a sudden. And just sitting inside the scope. No. Actually, it wouldn't even sit in the scope, it would all go down to the camera. Yes, snow will make it do that too.
Every star will die,
hey Jay.
including our own sun. And eventually all that will be left is the sparse superparticles and radiation. Even the energy of that soup will be sapped away over time by the expansion of the universe, leaving everything just a fraction of a degree above absolute zero. But TGIF, am I right?
It's not Friday. What? Alright, so I forgot to turn that off. Well, that looks nice as silver. I mean, he says TGIF, but... Although we are short a channel redeem this week, so we'll leave that on there.
Oh, my precious silver. Your hobbits is taking my oranges.
Yes, we are short the mic check because I no longer have to clip on my microphone anymore. If my microphone is not in front of my face, then you guys aren't going to hear me. So we have no more need for poor Stimpy getting a microphone up the schnoz. But I am trying to work on on some other channel point redeems. Imagine an Astrophotography KSP server. Stranger things could have happened. I still have to finish the tutorial in Kerbal Space Program. I still have to finish the tutorial. I just look at how far some people get in the game. Like, I have no idea what they're doing. I have no idea what we can do there. Alright, so pointing away from streetlights is better. That's a little better. Oh, hey, Calf. Back to the lurks. Alright, no worries, dude. No worries. We are having fun. We have clear skies. We're getting galaxies 54 million light years away, and this image has turned out a lot better than the previous ones. Cooler is at 26%. Oop, no, not that one. Hey, let's drop it down a bit. Let's see. Let's see what we can see. Let's also do a little bit of a stretch on here. See, it's such a wide, smooth slope on this histogram curve. You usually want something that's a little more of a peak. Although, to me, on this screen, I don't know how it looks on yours, it does kind of look like we're getting a bit of... no, don't go. A little bit of color, like we're seeing almost like the younger blue stars, and a little bit of like orange to the central core. We got the higher density of stars there. So yeah, I don't know if it's the filter or what, that we're actually kind of getting some even color tone in here. Yeah, it's not too bad. We got another. Again, we got the this other little galaxy over here, named PGC 28990, because I can read numbers, is 71 million light years away. That's that little guy up there. This handsome little devil up there is NGC 3073. And that one itself is 110 million light years away. And I don't have a size on this galaxy. It's an elliptical galaxy. It doesn't have a size mentioned on that there. Some turned out not too bad, so at least we want to stay away from the LED lights. So, which one we were talking about? The Optolong filters, and which one was better for cutting out LED lights? I think I still had that one Still have that tab open there. The L Pro. So this galaxy we're looking at is NGC 3079, which is kind of it's close by to kind of the large bowl part of the plow. How's the stars looking tonight? They're looking fantastic, Scotty. How are you doing tonight, man? That's what I want to know. That large star, that one there, is... I don't know what the Latin for phi designation for that one there. That is a double star appearing in the constellation of Ursa Major. It's about 509 light years from our solar system. And has a mass of 2.3 solar masses. So this is a little more than double the size of our sun. All good. Got an interview to start my new teacher training in September to be a fully qualified teacher. Awesome. Very cool. Good luck with that. I know a few people who are fully qualified teachers, and yeah, needless to say there are some new gray hairs that appear pretty quickly. But not to discourage you from doing that. That is a very, very good position to get into. All right, so I'll show you guys where this is in Stellarium. So when you are looking north, that is... Oh, sorry, I want to go a little... Ooh, this is not where we were. However, I want to try to get that galaxy. Keeble 92. How are you? Yes, Thurrock says that the tentative date is now the 31st of October 2021. Also, I appreciate you not mentioning the telescope's name. Every time we do mention that scope's name, it does get delayed and adds another $150,000 to the budget. But how are you doing tonight? Welcome in. Welcome on in tonight. It that must not be named, that's it. Or you can call it the Voldemort scope. That is acceptable. That is an acceptable substitution for the name. You got some of that just for men hair dye just in case. It's good. Planning ahead. You're already prepared for the job. That would be a Yeah, watching a launch in costume. That'd be fun. You heard rumors it might get its name changed before launch. Really? Where have you seen said rumors? I have not heard any. I've not heard anything on that. That alone will delay it by... No! No. No more delays. Again, I said, I remember watching that anniversary, some anniversary special on Hubble Space Telescope, and they were talking about it. And they said, oh, when it launches in 2011 or whatever, it will foster a new era for space imaging. Like, nope, that documentary is way off. We haven't heard of any recent delays. Hopefully everything is, we're, how far are we? April, May, June, July, August, September, October. So we're like 7 months away here. When was the what was the... I have to check when was the last launch date, and then the last time, how long before the launch date did they say it was going to be delayed again? You know, like what kind of time frames are we dealing with? Are we expecting another announcement in May? It's true. In May or June? Like, what's it going to be? So wherever NGC 3079, okay, here's the name on Stellarium. This was the Phantom Frisbee galaxy that we were looking at there, which it doesn't even show up in this one. So if we were to look for this galaxy in Stellarium, it'd be rather underwhelming. Okay, let's switch over to the Stellarium page. Tony Darnell mentioned it in one of the live streams, talking about that person having some, how do we say this, personal opinions. I see. Fair enough. I guess, yeah, if you're not going to want a certain name attached to things anymore. It's kind of rough. It's a ghost galaxy, yes.
It's a ghost car. Yeah, bake 'em away, toys.
What would you say, Chief?
Yeah, you heard the boy.
Alright, not too bad on this one. So if we pick targets that are high in the sky and away from our LED lights, this filter can work all right there. You can DM exactly what I said. Yeah, go ahead. Be interested to see what was said there. But yeah, if you feel it's not a little too much for the chat, that's cool. I said there is a certain limit of what we want to what we're going to have in the chat. Yeah, like I said before, we try to keep it PG-13. I try not to swear that often either. Although if a really cool image of a nebula pops up, then I will cuss away. Elon Musk will have built his own telescope on Mars himself by hand before that cursed scope gets up. You never know, never know. James Vade. Hello, hello, how are you doing, man? You got the sources from Scientific American. Is that on the... is that in regards to the name change? Tony pointed out that the name was the Next Generation Space Telescope in the beginning anyway. Fair enough. I mean, also, isn't it isn't it like kind of bad luck to name things before they're launched? Is that what I'm understanding, or is that before like a ship is set to set sail? Got this image in my head of ESA staff just sitting around waiting room, like, is it done yet? Maybe. If you put Hubble in the orbit of, let's say, Pluto, how effective does it become versus the cursed scope in terms of focal length? It's more of the wavelength that the Voldemort scope is looking at things. Hubble is optical, and the Jimmy Webb's telescope is going to be infrared. He showed us his Next Generation Space Telescope pin from earlier work in the project also. That looks cool. Now, I did see one thing, kind of lateral movement. Lateral movement from pins. Is I did notice that another streamer had, for those who are a 12-month subscriber, she had made pins made up in kind of a bit of her logo. I thought it was kind of a cool little touch for offering up a bit of a thanks for those who are kind of sticking around the channel for that amount of time. I thought it was kind of a neat little touch. You know, a nice little interesting way of saying thank you. Spider web should be friendly for everybody. Oh, what a tangled web that would weave. All right, let's pick another target here. Trying to stay as close to the zenith as possible, because we're having less impact from any of the lights there, or what is kind of towards the kind of high in the south. I said I was going to go back towards Coma Berenices, but if we are still pointing towards the street lamps, and it's still not going to be the best target at the moment. We'll pick another one, and maybe if we kind of shoot to the southeast. Now, we did try getting the hamburger galaxy last week, and that kind of flopped. So let's try it again. Let's give it another go. Let's go over to NGC 3628. All right, we've saved that image of the galaxy. That's right, 3628. Let's head over there. Current position of the target is too low below the... Oh, sugar lumps. Not this again. I have to restart the air. Okay, now that we've synced the mount. Let's go back 3628. No, it's saying, seeing this, right? Saying it's already below the it's going below the horizon. It's already below the horizon. It's not already below the horizon. I wonder why it does that. Why does it all of a sudden think that we're elsewhere? Like, it's also saying that the North American Nebula is almost at the zenith. Alright, so that's okay. What we're going to do is I'll restart the ASI air. I have to turn it off and then on again. We slipped into a parallel universe. That's what's happened. Let's stop here. Stop the guiding for a moment. Let's park the scope. And make sure it actually parks. If not... Medieval Dead! Welcome in. How are you doing tonight? Good to see you in here. We have a slight hiccup in the equipment at the moment. It's going to have to restart the ASI air. Put a bar low and try Pluto. Who knows? Naptonium, my favorite sleepy element. How you doing tonight? Time keeps on slipping. How are you? Good to see you in here. Into the future. Fly like an eagle. Alright, now that we've put it back, let's go back over to... We are in the home position. Does it realize where we are again? Nope. Alright, so I do need to turn off the ASI air, which is... Oh, it's also going to stop the camera from cooling. And we are currently sitting at minus 20. I don't want it... Okay. Alright, here's what we're going to do. Here is the... Here is the plan. I am going to turn off the ASI air. I'm going to have to go out there and unplug it, plug it back in. And then we can get back to imaging. What I'm also going to do is take a very quick bathroom break as well and refill the coffee cup. So, it is not raining. That is not rain. And you're not sleeping yet. Yeah, you said you were going to get up early, weren't you, Lux? You said you were going to go after some Milky Way targets this morning. No, don't fill the RC. Don't do that, because that's just going to go all the way down to the camera. No. Tomorrow, not today. All right. I don't know anything about this. How does it find objects? Is it just a program or some type of GPS? This program I'm using is the ASI Air, and what it does, it will register the image that you take the picture of, and then it knows where the telescope is pointing in the night sky, and then it can orient itself to whichever target you're going to be imaging. Unfortunately, at the moment, there is a slight little bit of a hiccup in the equipment, and I do need to restart it because it's forgotten where on Earth it is. But overall, the mount does do the job. It is polar aligned to the North Star Polaris, and from that point, it can track the equatorial positions in the right ascension, is where the scope turns that way, or the declination where the top of the scope goes north-south. Hello again, Kenny. Just got off work. Welcome back. I am just about to reset the little Raspberry Pi computer at the moment. And also take a very, very quick comfort break. Refill the coffee pot and empty the coffee pot as well. You heard talk about the Jimmy Webb and you forgot it was actually on Earth. We'd figured, like, it's been so long since, you know, we've had all the news coming about that, yeah, we still got it sitting in the lab, still tinkering with it. All right, without any further ado, I'm going to what's this? What do we got, Lux? To the North Star Polaris. Overall, the mount does do the job. It is polar aligned to the North Star Polaris. Overall, the mount does do the job. It is polar aligned to the North. 40 orbits, yes, indeed. 40 trips around the sun. It's almost always aliens. All right, let's have a quick look at that before. You just completed 27 orbits around the sun, and boy, do my legs hurt. All right, let's see what that was. Star Polaris. Overall, the mount does do the job. It is polar aligned. Yeah, too fast for a plane. Yeah, exactly. We want to have an 8K camera pointing out there. I mean, it very well could be. A meteor that's come through. But it doesn't seem bright enough, though. It is polar aligned to the North Star Polaris. Overall, the mount does do the job. It is polar aligned to the North Star Polaris. You know what? We will see in a moment we'll see in a moment if there are other people who are reporting on Twitter if there has been a meteor spotted again over the UK. So that's your job. That is the task that I am forming to you guys at the moment. Depends on its composition, right? Some meteors burn brighter depending on what is. Yes, that is true. That is true. All right, that's your task. Guys, I'm going to reset the ASI air, and I'm going to go pee, and I'll be back with a coffee, and we will come back to doing some more imaging. And yeah, we will. What do we got? 2.5 hours. It is 10 to 11. Go a little past midnight tonight. As long as the skies are clear, we'll take some images there. We'll be back in just a short little while. Anybody pops in, let them know that we are going to be imaging some cool things, and we have potentially just caught a meteor on camera, which is rather fortunate. So we'll be back in a bit, like let's say 4 minutes, and we'll be back to doing imaging. Hello! I missed you. So what do we find out? What have we got? Alright. Let's get this back online here. Man, that warmed back up pretty quick. There's been a fair bit of meteor activity tonight, according to UK Meteor Network. UK skies acting sus. So yeah, there's been quite a few caught. It's interesting. Okay, so there's an airplane coming through. So clearly whatever that was before, that was way too fast for an airplane. Or what if it was just... I don't know, maybe it wasn't a meteor. Remember seeing one as a kid that looked like Iron Man flying across the sky. It was huge, lit up the entire sky. Yeah, sometimes we get nice big chunks entering the atmosphere. Maybe it was Superman. Maybe it was. Says here there's been a lot around Lincoln. The frames per second of that camera. That's a good question. Probably... Let's see. I don't know. I have to make... Ooh, was it recording? That's the other thing. If I can have it on here in HD. But I think it still is only like 30 frames per second on this. Oh. Meanwhile, the whole thing kind of streaked across that frame pretty quick within about a second, right? Overall, the mount does do the job. It is polar aligned to the North Star Polaris. It is polar aligned to the North Star. Yeah, it's about a second to go across the frame. Lincoln is northwest and pretty close, so it seems possible. Could be. What else does the Twitter say? What else have we got? So yes, we were trying to figure out exactly. Let's go over to Twitter. Was that a meteor? Was it just maybe? Could have been a bat just being illuminated by the streetlights. Let's see. Oh look, Ben Naduva's live. I like that. Nothing on UK Meteor Network at the moment. So what are we imaging tonight? We are, well, let me just check if everything is all right with the ASI Air. I don't know if it is. I may have to actually turn the whole mount off as well. Share the clip with them? Yeah. Yeah, we can do that. We definitely should do that, actually. Alright, we're going to... I was going to pick a target. We're going to go for the... we're going to go for NGC 3628. Let's see if it still thinks that that's above the horizon yet. It does. Alright. Good evening! Jochen! Hello! How are you doing? Good to see you out here. How are your skies tonight? It was on point. Wonderful. Excellent. Good. The skies are cloudy. No. Although, you know, a little bit of maintenance. A little bit of maintenance does the system well. We are trying out a new old filter. It is it's kind of like the knockoff of the Bader Moon and Sky Glow. And so far, as long as we're kind of pointing straight up, we don't have that bad of a time with the filter. Otherwise, we're being impacted by the LED lights in my town. It's not really having it. All right, but we do have the Hamburger Galaxy. Right in the middle there. ukmeteornetwork.co.uk/live. I looked at their Twitter feed. So we'll see how the hamburger is going to turn out on here. We tried it before and it was rather dismal. We also had a lot of clouds rolling in too, so why is everything... Oh, hang on a second. That might be why. Is it because the gain was so low? There we go. I'm wondering, why is everything so dim? Why can't I get any bright stars guiding? Although here's a cool thing. We got a little bit of we got 1/3 of the Leo triplet in there. All right, 5 seconds. Bump up the exposure on there. Or the gain, sorry. Oh. Alright, this is blowing everything right out. Yeah, that's cool. I like seeing other things again in in the guide scope as well. What was I doing? I had the Ring Nebula in the guide cam a while back, and that was kind of cool to see. They just registered a meteor at their Exeter station. All right, let's. That was on the live site there. All right, let me put our settings back to normal here. All right. Alright, let's wait for that to finish settling, and then we will check out their website there. And we're imaging the Hamburger Galaxy. We'll see how this one turns out. Hopefully a little better than the last time we attempted this one there. That is not how you spell live. All right, so and that was pretty much at the same time that we saw ours. Yes, it's 19. That was like 10:55. Just the two Exeter pics seem very blank. Why is it letting me to download them? Just all right. So it was not a fireball. That's for sure. Go to the home page. Report a meteor. Ready to start your fireball report? Yes. Yes, I am. Do you have a photo? No. Do you have video? Yes. Do you certify that you're the creator of this video or hold the copyright to it? Yes. Can we share? Yes. Oh. Peas and rice. I have to download the video now. Alright, so we got that. Continue. Where did you see the fireball? Enter the closest address where you saw the fireball. Alrighty, will do. Will do. Alright, so. That is about as exact as I can get. Day you saw the fireball, March 16th, 2021. Hour, we have a timestamp on that too. 10:47 p.m. Hour 22. 47. 17th of March for you. How long did it last? Says about less than a second. Please confirm. Please review carefully your date and time before continuing, as this is among the most important data. Yes. Use a slider below to select the approximate angle of the fireball. Alternatively, you may enter. We saw it going kind of like that, yes? So adorable. Hey, Pookie. Hello, my darling. UK Sky acting sus. What have you walked into? We may have caught a meteor on camera. Alright, so you say that's about the angle we kind of saw it come through the frame at. Let's watch the clip again there. Our Polaris. Overall, the mount does do the job. It is polar aligned to the North Star Polaris. Overall, the mount does do the job. It is polar aligned. A little more like that. Lies! It's not lies. We have the video. We saw it. You just saw it on the video. Direction you're facing. Nope. Can't use a slider? You may use the directional viewing angle. Yeah, we're looking about there. Men in Black want to know your location. No. No. No, no, no. Alright, that is the direction you first saw the fireball. Now we'd like to know where the fireball entered your field of vision. In other words, in what direction did you first see the fireball? Okay. It's the same direction. It was on the camera. How far above? Oh my goodness. It was probably at about a 45-degree angle, 48 degrees. Interpol is interested in your whereabouts. No, they're not. They are not interested. They don't know where we are. The direction you last saw the fireball. I mean, it was all in the same direction here. We had a how far above it when it was distant. I would say it was even higher. Guys, there's a lot of questions here. Do you know Suspect Sky on YouTube? They post good UFO stuff if you're not into that. UFOs, not so much. I mean, everything can be and should be identifiable. Ooh, speaking of identifiable, that is the Hamburger Galaxy. All right. Before we go over to the Hamburger Galaxy, let's just finish filling this out here. Hello. Hello. Hi, Pookie. How can we help you? This is very exciting. Help. I see you. Help what you need help with. What can we help you with today? There was a link. Where was the link? You went to go to the link, and it didn't work. Oh, the what the F was that? Alien spaceship? Hang on. This is the clip. Here, this is what we're watching. To the North Star, Polaris. Overall, the mount does do the job. It is polar aligned. There is a... I don't even have a large screen for the internet. How can I make this bigger? Full video unavailable. That's not what we're looking at. We'll show you later. But there is a meteor, a suspected meteor that has gone through our camera. It does that if you exit the whole thing, it just stops recording. Which, that's stupid. All right, how bright was it? I mean, it wasn't that bright. At least use hashtag stupid on there. I mean, the color is hard to... I would just go with it being kind of orange and yellow. Do you hear any concurrent sounds? I don't know. Do you hear any delayed sounds? I don't know. Some fireballs leave smoke trails. No. Do you see fragmentation? No. It's your first hashtag. No, I was right. That was very good. Very well done. So I don't know if it was a trail or if it was just the artifacts in the video. You want to say 2 seconds for the trail? How long was the train? Fist held, arm's length is approximately 10 degrees. Alright, we'll go with that one. And now we'll jump back to this screen. Your first name. Astro. Canuck. Please rate your observing experience. Persistent Train sounds like a great band name. There's always some interesting band names that crop up there, you know? That's always cool. All right. We have submitted it. Your report will be soon analyzed by our team. Your report will appear among the pending reports in a few hours. This is kind of exciting. I've never gone to these lengths before, to reporting a meteor and capturing one as well, albeit on a little security cam outside. That's cool, isn't it? I don't say in. I didn't say in it, did I? Should know well, you know, if we can capture more of these things, you know, I think it's a start. If we can start recording astronomical events on here, wonderful. That's cool. All right, so we'll keep you guys posted on that on the Discord, because I don't think we're going to get any response in the next hour or so. Although stranger things could occur. But I will leave that open, and let me just check that they'd come through to my email. Did it come through as junk? Yes, it did go into my junk mail. Excuse me, this is not junk. This is important stuff. Never a more appropriate time for that rare achievement to pop. Nicely done, Neptunium. Lux, have you figured out like a cheat code or something like this for the rare achievements? Thought you saw a group of UFOs, but they were Chinese lanterns. At a distance, they look weird. I was still listening to the audiobook of Bad Astronomy by Phil Plait, and he was talking about a time when he was going to see a rocket launch. And he could see off in the distance. They're about 6 miles away from the launch pad, but just off to his right, he could see some points of light just kind of wobbling and just hovering there for the most part. And they started making a weird sound. And he didn't know. You know, he was thinking. The initial reaction was, "Oh my gosh, what am I seeing?" And eventually, once everything kind of got closer, and the noise became a little more discernible. It was a flock of geese that they were being illuminated by all the lights around the launch pad. So they seem to be kind of these points of light out in the sky. And he said, he had that first initial moment. And then he was going on like he felt kind of silly afterwards, realizing that it was just a flock of geese flying towards me. So what could have, if he had left it alone at just these points of light that were floating there by the launch pad, and he left, then he never would have discovered that they were actually just geese. So it's always important to try to make sure that your UFOs become IFOs. I always wanted to go to a rocket launch, but since they had retired the space shuttle, that was like the quintessential rocket for me. I mean, seeing everything else launch now, still great, still awesome, but it's just that alien geese, that shape, that look to the space shuttle. There's just something incredibly iconic about that. You'll take me for my next birthday. Aw. Aren't you sweet? You're so cute. Now, as long as no one else is listening. Right, guys, everybody shut your ears for a second. I love you, Pookie. Alright, you guys can listen again. Yes, Leo is ready. The hamburger. Let's eat. This has turned this one already like a 100 times better than our previous attempt on the Hamburger Galaxy. We still have that. We still got that pot-bellied. That's that pot-belly histogram line there. And that's 10 minutes? Yes. Did you know the sound is so loud that the pad can kill you? Yes. That's also that's why they got that massive gap between you and the rocket. I remember reading in, I can't remember which book it was, but it was Penn Jillette, the magician, and as if there's another Penn Jillette living out there. He was talking about, he did go to one of the rocket launches to see the space shuttle launch, and he was talking about the comedic timing of NASA and how he saw the rocket lift off and there was absolutely nothing. He was watching the rocket lift off and he looked over to his friend and he says, "So isn't there supposed to be a..." And before he finished his sentence, that shockwave just kind of rumbled through them. And he didn't know whether to burst out into tears or burst out laughing from the experience. So seeing how long it takes for the sound and the pressure wave to reach you, and to still have that kind of impact. So yeah, definitely. Things like that could turn your insides to mush. So your 30-second test, your test one is quite good then. I would say so. I'm trying to think if I actually tried to... I think I tried to image the Hamburger Galaxy before, and... Let's check my Instagram, see if I actually have... If I had captured that there. Pardon me, I went for... No, I went for M66 and M65. Again, I couldn't fit them both in the... Or sorry, I couldn't fit all three in my field of view. So the Hamburger Galaxy had to wait. But that's not too bad. We can see we got the line, we got the division there. We got the beefy, meaty goodness in between the two thin flatbread buns. So that deep dark dust lane in NGC 3628. Are you on? So adorable. Are you on the PC? Or are you on your phone? So NGC 3628. Does someone want a burger? Yes. Who wouldn't? You're on the stick. So you're... Alright, cheek. Are you using your laptop or the phone? NGC 3628 is a spiral galaxy in the constellation Leo. It forms a conspicuous group with M65 and M66, which creates the Leo triplet, or the Meh cluster. The Hamburger Galaxy is seen edge-on with apparent dimensions it has a conspicuous broad equatorial band of dark dust clouds which obscure the galaxy's bright central region and hides most of the bright young stars in its spiral arms. The dust band is obviously deformed from the outer regions of the galaxy. The reason for this deformation is evidently the gravitational interaction between its two neighbors. It is a spiral galaxy. So we are seeing it edge on. It is about 35 million light years away, and it has a tidal tail approximately 300,000 light years long. The tidal tail also suggests that NGC 3628 is interacting gravitationally with the other spiral galaxies in the Leo triplet. The center emits variable X-ray radiation, perhaps indicating the presence of a massive black hole. In addition to the spectroscopic analysis, it reveals that the stars that orbit the galaxy in the opposite direction of its gas. It's surmised that a recent galactic merger has generated this kind of dynamics. So, like the Black Eye Galaxy, that we have some counter rotation between different areas of this galaxy. So I do wonder which other, what other galaxies do we have around that do the same thing where they're orbiting counterclockwise and clockwise in the same galaxy. I'm sure there's got to be a list of other things out there that have these kind of interactions. Again, that one turned out much better than before. I think I still have that one saved. That is not it. That is the Coma cluster. I don't even know if I saved that other Leo galaxy. Or sorry, the Hamburger Galaxy. Black Eye, Needle, Intergalactic Wanderer. No, I don't think I saved it. It was that ugly. Oh, hello, Moon. No. Alright, looks like another Milky Way copy. Whoa. That's That is really cool. That is amazing. There's so much that's so there's the close-up version and the much higher resolution version of our Leo triplet. Sorry, not of our Leo triplet, of the Hamburger Galaxy within that makes up the Leo triplet. So I mean, like we're pretty close, actually. You think about it. I mean, it's like I'm having a hard time figuring out which image is which now. But yeah, that does look like a Milky Way shot from Earth. True Vision Photos. Good evening. How are you doing? Crop it and get the same field of view. I can't rotate these images. Otherwise, there it is. So from so those two stars match up. You know, I'd say it's close. Maybe a little more integration time on there. Good. How you doing? Not too bad. Doing good. Doing really good. We got, like I said, we got clear skies tonight. So let's image. Let's take some more images of the night sky. We put in a different filter tonight to see what it can do. It is largely succumbing to the light rays coming in from the LED lamps on my street. So we have to try to point this thing straight up and avoid as much light pollution as possible, because this is a very broadband filter that we're using that cuts out only sodium. And that's amateur work. Oh yeah, completely amateur work. That is very nice. Where did you get that? Was off of Sky and Telescope? Again, to be able to take the time to get those images of the galaxies in there, you know, it's what I would like to do, but at the same time, I like doing this. I like doing this a lot more. We did we? How many people you got in there? So many people. There's so many. There's so many people. Well, let's have a look at our next target. Let's try to go a little higher up. Have you seen the gigapixels of Andromeda video, where you can see each individual star almost? We do have... I've closed it. I did have that highest resolution image of the... of that Andromeda galaxy. We did take a tour of that earlier, like a few weeks ago now. All right, let's. I'll check that link in 2 seconds. Let us pick another target here. Okay, Pinwheel Galaxy or Whirlpool Galaxy. Because we're using a different filter, it's going to come out a little different there. Yes, that's the Andromeda one. Thanks, Lux. What's this other one? Oh. Alright, so Pinwheel or M51. I'm inclined to say the pinwheel because we'll have that one in three different filters. So let's save that one of our hamburger galaxy. Save that fits file. Let's do the plate solving on that. Is it going to? Maybe not. It does not want to solve this. Alright, it knows where it is. It'll be fine. Let's go over to M101. Hopefully it's not saying that it's below the horizon, otherwise... No, we're good. We'll head over to the Pinwheel Galaxy, and... Yeah, it's going to be pointing up high enough that we should be too impacted by the streetlights. We are kind of near the zenith right now, so that'll be all right. Make sure that we're centered on this target. We're gonna get our first little preview image of it there, which should come out a little brighter because we're letting in just that much more light versus when we're in the narrow band where we're not seeing almost any details right off the bat. I'd say that's pretty well centered. That is all right for what we're doing there. Let's make sure we are on a decent guide star as well, because guiding hasn't been too bad tonight actually. We had a nice high pressure system come through, which is supposed to last like the whole night. So I'm kind of debating altruistic latte. How are you doing? Mim, good to see you in here, friend. Marby29, welcome in. How you doing tonight? Latte, how are you? How is your stream? What have you guys been up to tonight? And we've been blown up again. I know, right? At least we weren't looking at Australia this time. Mongolian Jeef, welcome. How are you doing? Keep cleaning this place up. Keeps getting blown up. My goodness. But yes, good to see you in here. Welcome in, Raiders. How you guys doing? For those who may not be familiar, my name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. We are taking live images of the night sky. We are just about to start our latest image of the Pinwheel Galaxy. We have a new old filter in the camera tonight, just seeing what it can do. And it hasn't been too bad, actually. Your stream is so great, amazing, and generous people. Lovely. It's very good to hear. Were you doing more Dark Souls? And we got to fight a sexy spider lady, so can't complain. Excellent. Those who are not familiar with Altruistic Latte, check her out. Give her stream a follow. Wonderful times. Games, mental health awareness and mindfulness, book clubs, and all sorts of good stuff on her channel there. And more Dark Souls. I really should play that. Marby29, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome into the observatory. Are you the Astro Canuck or an Astro Canuck? Because I kind of think I qualify-ish. I guess, well, I wouldn't say I'm the Astro Canuck. It's a little, maybe a little too ostentatious, but... But on some platforms, Astro Canuck wasn't available. Actually, just on Twitter. So, I don't know, how's it go? I'm Tom, I'm Astro Canuck. No. I am not the, well, no, I'm not the one. There's plenty more. There are plenty more Canadians doing astrophotography and sharing the night sky in some way, shape, or form. But yes, we are going to be imaging the Pinwheel Galaxy M101. Like I said, this is a new filter, or a new to me. No, not even new to me. New to the channel filter. It's an old one that's kind of been collecting dust. I just wanted to see what it was able to do. Usually, we are using larger 2-inch filters in the camera in our filter drawer, but tonight we're using a little bit of a smaller filter and just using an adapter on there, and I'm already starting to see a lot of vignetting around there. So I do like the 2-inch filter because it's, you know, just kind of, you have less chance of vignetting. Like the two filters that we have used in the past, this one here, the Astronomic CLS clip filter, has that sticker on the front that causes a straight line to come across as a shadow on the images there. Whereas when we're imaging with the Astronomic the Altair Astro CLS clip filter. Oh my goodness. This is the Astronomic CLS clip filter. This is the one-shot color tri-band filter from Altair Astro. And there's the camera. Hello. So that is a 2-inch filter where the whole imaging plane is unobstructed. So we are going to get a nice clean image coming through on there. I only know Canadians wanting to image by having snow and clouds all the time, and bears. True. Trevor is the backyard guy. That is true. Trevor is like, he's Mr. Astronomy. He's a big inspiration as well. Just the way the stories that he shares about astrophotography and just the experience that he goes through, even if he has like a terrible time with things. I think it's also important that we share that as well, because it's not always, like, even the images that we see coming out here, they're not always great. Some are stinkers. I have to feed my pup and cook dinner, but I'm going to lurk and watch you explore the stars. Thank you very much, Latte. Good to see you in here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the raid. Hello, Pookums. Carl Sagan is Mr. Astronomy. That's true. Thank you for the amazing streams. Always quality work you do. Thank you. I appreciate that very much, Latte. Thank you very much. Always appreciate seeing you guys coming into the stream. Love the raids. Bear. Mim, how have you been, friend? How you doing? I want to say when last we left our courageous hero, you were playing God of War. What else have you been up to lately? Busy with work and just personal stuff taking me away from the fun Twitch place. I think I may be able to come and engage more, though. No worries. When you can. Whenever. I know this. Some things can take us away from this. And we also got to understand that, you know, these things happen. And eventually we can come back to Twitch. Lord Ginsterbush. Lord Ginsterbush, welcome into the observatory. Thank you so much for the follow, my lord. How are you doing tonight? Oh, just said hello, and you said hello back. Hello. Lux, you're going to go to sleep now because my eyes are starting to close on their own. All right, have a very, very good sleep, Lux. Your eyes are getting very heavy. You're going to dream of billions and billions of stars. It will lull you off to sleep. will prove you're not hacking. Have a very good night, Lux. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for the clip, and as well for Medieval Dead clipping that meteor. Actually, should be shouting out about that because that is really cool. I have to tweet about that afterwards. Because we are pretty darn sure that we captured a meteor on camera earlier on tonight. For those of you who are just kind of cropping in there, that is the clip from earlier on. We saw, well, I didn't even see it. I was busy rambling on about something else. Lord Ginstabush, mostly lurking and working. That happens a lot too. But thank you very much for the follow. Always appreciate a lurk as well. You guys are absolutely fantastic. Good to see you guys in here. You should read meditation books on Audible. Maybe I'll get set up with the recording studio. We will lull you to sleep and just think of the ways you can relax and just let everything go. That's completely natural. That was you. Can't take this seriously enough. Maybe if the exposures weren't so long. We wouldn't have time for these silly moments. We'd be looking at all sorts of things. Kept a straight face longer than I could. There are... Who laughs at their own jokes? And not like in a, I'm laughing because I'm trying to make you laugh, because you have just genuinely tickled your funny bone to no end. There have been times I've thought about something funny to say, and I can't even get it out because I'm already laughing so hard. And by that time, I'm not even making any sense. And no sense whatsoever. And those are some of the best laughs as well. You do, but you're typically the only one laughing. At least someone's laughing, you know? Ishwood! Ishwood, welcome in. How you doing tonight? Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome into the observatory. How you doing tonight? We are currently imaging M101, the Pinwheel Galaxy. This will be, I believe this is probably our first target that will be shot in all three filters that we have available. This is kind of a, I guess, a spur-of-the-moment check of my leftover kind of equipment that's kind of sitting around the house. I did have a filter that wasn't just blue or just green, because who has a full RGB filter set when you buy a collection of filters, right? So this was a moon and sky glow filter that we're using tonight, and it is pretty much like a knockoff of the Bader brand of filters. So we're just seeing what we can get out of here. What can we see in the night sky? You first misread as astrology. I was about to skip the channel. Well, thankfully you gave it a sec. You took a beat and you read it one more time. Happy to have you in here tonight. We are all about astronomy, astrophotography, and kind of anything else that kind of crops up in between, such as laughing at yourselves and how my hands still smell like basil after 4 hours after making dinner. No, longer than that. It's like 5 hours after making dinner. I've washed my hands. I've washed my hands. I've washed my hands. Yes, we are taking live images of the night sky in about 10-minute intervals. And we are 20 seconds away. Let's see how this one turns out together. Whether it is good, whether it is bad. What was for dinner? I will get to that in 1 second. It was delicious, and it's right over there. And I'm still hungry because I only ate a little bit. All right, let's see how this comes out. Any good? Any good? Yeah, I'll take that. That's a little better. That's a little bit of a higher peak on the histogram. There we go. Happy with that. That is the Pinwheel Galaxy. That is in the constellation of Ursa Major. We have shot this one before many times, but however, it is always beautiful to look at. We have done a 33-minute exposure on this before. We have this is our 10-minute exposure. Usually we'll try to keep them at 10 minutes. It's enough time for me to babble on about things, and short enough that it's not too long of a wait to see something cool in the night sky. Lord Ginsterbush, you abuses images and videos from Earth for their own show, but then nobody has apparently realized that they're a science nerd. Science nerds are great. Yes, this is the Pinwheel Galaxy, 23 million light years away. We have imaged this in different bands. Sorry, not different bands. Yeah, in different bands of the visible spectrum, combining in narrowband or broadband. And this one hasn't turned out too bad. And I was cooling our camera down a little lower, but I think it's alright. It's not looking too grainy. We have a astronomy dedicated camera that can cool to sub-zero temperatures and try to get rid of a lot of the thermal noise. You can still see it coming through there. And I think that's also a combination of just so much light is actually coming into the sensor there. Yeah, just the separation between all these aren't, and this section right here, I just love this one, and just that kind of that seeming angle that it comes out at. You know, there is definite separation in these spiral arms. This is Ishwa. This is pretty much my hobby. I am a graphic designer, and this is kind of like an extension of the experience that I have with graphic design and photography. So I've been doing astrophotography for about 4 years now, a little over that, independently studying astronomy as well, and yeah, just trying to be able to give you guys the right information, give you guys as accurate details as possible what we're looking at. Try not to fudge any of the responses in there. If I don't know anything, then if I don't know the answer, then it just gives me something more to strive to learn and just gain a better clarity on what we're trying to do here. Gives a sense of loneliness if you put yourself on a planet there. You can see the rest of the galaxy so far away from you. That would be a sight to see. Be able to hang around in the farthest reaches of this galaxy. Print graphics are more of graphics and print. Not so much web anymore. So much for lurking. Well, you know, these things happen. These things happen, my lord. Can't blame yourself. Christy Hurt. Hello, Christy. How you doing? Thank you very much for the follow. Love to do a critique image. If True Vision, if you have, as always, if you have images, you can join our Discord channel. You can drop them in the share your images section there. And yeah, I always love looking at other people's work, because everybody's going to have their own their own take on things. Even if you're, if you're new to astrophotography, or if you've been experiencing it, everybody's going to have their own style that's going to build over time. You already did? All right, cool. Oh, hello, DJ Teo. How are you doing, friend? Good to see you in here. That's how you found us? Christy found it through Discord. Lord Ginsterbush, thank you very much. Appreciate that. I try to refine bits of the stream as much as possible. Little bits here and there. It is a constant work in progress. All right, Teal, good to hear, man. Yeah, we're looking at the Pinwheel Galaxy right now. We got clear skies. Look how clear they are. This was a 10-minute exposure on the Pinwheel Galaxy, 23 million light years away. And this is a bit of a different filter we're using tonight because it is cutting out actually very little of the visible spectrum. So just seeing what kind of details we can capture in the galaxy. We have imaged this in greater detail before. Let's see if I can. That was another version that we had of the Pinwheel Galaxy with a different filter. And you just kind of see what different areas are highlighted in this versus what we have with this filter. Where we've also imaged it for a half an hour straight. And if this file system had any sort of semblance of organization, then I could have had the other Pinwheel Galaxy ready. But hey, let's go back to what we're shooting tonight. Yeah, found it through the Discord from Astrobiscuit's website, and then found that from his Twitter, which I only found because I saw the Gadget Show, which Astrobiscuit was on. That is a very interesting path to find your way to this channel here. But good to have you in here today, Christy. You got to witness a SpaceX launch while shooting Milky Way this past weekend. It was pretty incredible. That sounds awesome. I know there were some times when there was a chance in the UK to be able to see the one of the SpaceX launches, but it was cloudy. Go figure, right? You got clouds here, so this is great, excellent. Anytime we have clear skies, I will be imaging. I'll be sharing the night sky with you guys. It's fortunate that we had such a long stretch of a clear sky tonight. Before, the forecast was probably about 8 until 11 o'clock. I figured, let's go for it. Let's try to get a few hours in there, but the weather is supposed to hold off for the rest of the night. Probably won't go for the rest of the night, but at least we'll try to get some more images. We're going to go over to M51, the Whirlpool Galaxy, which is pretty much the next door neighbor for the Pinwheel Galaxy there. We'll hang on this one just for a little bit longer. Yeah, I love the Pinwheel Galaxy. I've shot this one at many different focal lengths. And I would like to try to get as close as possible to it. Like we're at 980 millimeters in focal length. So it's still a nice target that it fits in nicely in the center of the frame there. You're kind of working on a series of articles about the different forms and styles of Twitch, YouTube streaming interfaces and their potential impacts. Although I probably going to realize my own live coding pestering me all about that OBS stuff before I manage to finally get it done. That sounds interesting. That is pretty cool. Guess a lot of folks watched the Perseverance landing event on NASA. there was, what do we see? There was, NASA had about over 3 million people watching on their YouTube channel. And we had a good handful of people in here watching it as well. So it was kind of cool to have a bunch of people hanging out in the stream watching the next step in space exploration. Does your telescope automatically follow the system you're taking pictures of? Yes, it does. It will use the guide scope and it will follow a star to make sure that we are staying on target and not not diverging too much off course. So you're able to keep the pinpoint stars. And that's how we end up with, with the images that have... There was a little bit of a stutter there. Not perfectly round stars on this one. But it's not too bad. We'll take it. We will take it. I would sing Every Day is a Winding Road, but that is like way out of my key. And I don't even know what key I sing in. You did a shot of the Milky Way on Discord. Alright, cool. Let's check that out. Yeah, that is tremendous. That is very nice. Zombie Killer 4. Ooh, I wonder how 1, 2, and 3 went. Zombie Killer, welcome into the observatory. Thank you very much. How are you doing tonight? Warship, hello. Apologies, I'm behind on chat. How you doing? Good to see you in here. Shippy, you're here, but you're doing school stuff. No worries, man. No worries. Good to see you in here. Let me try and catch up on chat here. But yeah, no, that True Vision, that is pretty cool. That is very... Don't forget, that's not pretty cool. That is very cool. That is very, very awesome. And... yeah, about 100,000 watching on Twitch for the landing. You did screenshots as usual. Awesome. On the lower left of the image, there's a darker ring visible. Is that a image of a processing error, or does that really look like that? That is a dust mote, or a donut. And yeah, that's a donut. So somewhere in my imaging train, there is a speck of dust on one of the mirrors or on one of the filters in the camera there, and that's what's causing that. You had no idea it was coming. That is very good luck. That is tremendous. You hear some music. That is our soft background music. We can go for... I'd say a Krispy Kreme donut, but I think Tesco's donuts are a little better. Something about them. No rain. No worries. That's what they're there for. 40 orbits of what? March is my birthday month. Birthday was on the 9th, and that was the 40th trip around the sun for me. Yeah, Ginsterbusch, it's really cool to see so many people on a whole whack of channels that are watching test flights, test launches, landings, satellite launches as well. seeing all sorts of amazing space exploration events. It's accessible. It's accessible to us. It's amazing that so many people are being offered this experience. Usually, we're kind of seeing the end product of things. We're not actually kind of going along for the ride and seeing the failures that come along before the success. So that is really cool. That's really interesting to see that so many people are getting into this as well. Happy birthversary. Thank you, Christy. Appreciate that very much. Do you have to deal with flat earthers and moon landing deniers here? The odd time. We get people... The odd time. Yeah, some people will kind of come in just to try to rile things up. It's partially anticipated. But also at the same time, we try to be very chilled with things around here. We're not... It's not like a kind of a crazy channel or anything like that. We're just having a chilled time, talking about space, talking about astrophotography. And there's a lot of people who do astrophotography that come into the chat and just share their stories, share their experiences. And again, yeah, if you're on Discord, sharing the images, much like True Vision Photos has done with the Milky Way and the SpaceX launch, which is tremendous. What is my favorite galaxy? I'm going to have to go with my top three before I would pick a favorite would have to be the Pinwheel Galaxy, which we have just imaged. There's also the Whirlpool Galaxy, which is that one there, which we're going to go over to in a second here. There's the Whirlpool Galaxy and the Andromeda Galaxy, which is one of our closest galactic neighbors, at 2.5 million light years away. And what I like about it so much is that it does fill up more of my camera sensor than we can handle on there. We can get the core of the galaxy in our shots here, and there's still so much more beyond that. So it's a massive target. It's 6 full moons across in the night sky if you're able to see it in a dark sky area. Ishwood, thank you very much for providing this. It's good to see someone sharing real science instead of that much conspiracy stuff. I really appreciate this. Thank you, Ishwood. I appreciate you coming around in here tonight. It's always cool to meet new people, and that's what I really enjoy about Twitch, and what has been kind of this odd silver lining to the whole global pandemic, more people are reaching out with Twitch and just sharing their hobbies and their and their passions, and we're also be able to meet interesting people that we generally wouldn't have been able to probably meet. There have been a lot of people I've met on Twitch that just by chance, and it's been there've been some nice friendships that have come around from this, so, and just being able to see what other people are doing and just have a little peek into their lives to see what kind of gets them out of the bed in the morning, what is or keeps them out of bed all night. Doing this. So I think it's a very, very interesting opportunity to have that. So we're going to go over to... Let's make sure we save that image of the Pinwheel Galaxy, so we have that on record. And we're going to go over to M51, the Whirlpool Galaxy. Prince Zakowski, how you doing? How are you doing, friend? Good to see you in here. How are things? You fine? In 2 weeks you're free? I was a little small. I thought there was I saw on a smaller screen. I thought there was an asterisk. I'm like, what's the addendum that's coming along with that? You do stream crafting, and it's always great for you to find other streamers who do different stuff other than the usual. What kind of crafting do you do? I ask as I... What kind of crafting do you like to do on here? All right, well, hopefully, Prince Zakowski, everything works out just fine, and you can complete your sentence as soon as possible. Try to get back to as normal as normal can be. You do woodworking, mainly CNC carving. Recently did a lot of inlay stuff and started working with resin. Ooh, excellent. You want to go into more 3D carving, trying out different sorts of wood. I have a very, very crummy deer that I whittled back in the 8th grade. It's terrible. Christy, you do crafting on YouTube, mostly upcycling of things like cardboard boxes and the like. I always found it interesting watching some of those upcycling programs on like home and garden television. I thought that was cool to see what people could do. Yesterday I had 3 rush tests with doctors, all negative, so I have to wait 2 more weeks and then I'm out of quarantine. Excellent. Ellie J, how you doing tonight? Good to see you in here. How are you tonight? Alright, so our target isn't that centered on here. Yes, that's true. This is your first time in here, Ellie. Good to see you in here. Yeah, no, schedules don't always line up for other people we want to catch on their streams. So glad to see you coming on in here tonight. We are imaging our possibly final image of the evening, as it is still a work night for me. Yeah, always hanging out in Pootsie's and Jay's streams. Again, mentioning before that kind of the friends that we've made over the past few months here on Twitch. You know, it's great to see so many people doing some awesome things on here. You haven't put many vids on it yet for the moment because you found YouTube is a good place for my Be Encouraged videos. I think YouTube is good because YouTube is all evergreen content. You know, so it's and it's easy. It's a little more easily discoverable than Twitch can be there. So, which is also why I'm really glad you guys are finding the channel every now and then. Christy, you got a doctor's appointment for your cancer screening. Sure, you're still cured though. Well, hey, you can always hope for the best. Cancer sucks. Not even no way to sugarcoat that. Hopefully, yeah, wishing you all the best on that there. It's some awesome stuff. Thank you. I try to share my passion for outer space, for astrophotography. Let's see. Let's make sure we're on a decent guide star, so we don't have any issues there. LEJ, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate that. Welcome into the observatory. Happy to have you on the channel here with us tonight. You. Alright, guiding. We should guide on that star. Very lucky with you, doctors, for sure being able to cure. Hey, that's always, whenever anything like that can occur, that is a massive, massive win. Get things under control. Share to over my 400 Facebook friends. I thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Really appreciate that. Thank you. It's, there's always, you get the fringe fans, the people who have that little bit of an interest in space. What I like to do is show you guys objects that generally you may not be able to see, be it from just where you are with maybe light pollution, lack of equipment, lack of knowledge on the subject. I don't know everything. I don't know nearly as much as other people do about astrophotography, but I enjoy doing this. I enjoy sharing these images of the night sky with you guys, rambling on about what we're looking at. Just seeing some cool things. We caught a suspected meteor tonight as well, so I submitted that for confirmation. Did we actually see one? So hopefully we'll get some information, some emails back on that later on in the week. Should be kind of cool. It's the first time we ever tried doing that. You're a huge Star Trek fan, so many of my friends, so are many of your friends. So yeah, hopefully getting new fans. That's awesome. That's very cool. Yeah, the more people I can show the night sky to. Like, I started off by just looking at the moon through someone else's telescope at a star party a few years ago. I've always had that interest in space, in images that you see in the magazines. So as soon as I saw the moon, I wanted to take a picture, just holding up my phone to the eyepiece, and then I wanted to share it with as many people as possible. So that's where the drive for this channel had come from. I was inspired by Econ Greg, who takes images of the night sky as well. He's in Atlanta, Georgia, and yeah, just hearing his story about what he's done, and just try to talk about astronomy and astrophotography. He talks about economics as well. He's a professor, just a touch older than I am, so he has a little more experience in that section. But astrophotography is still new to him, and it's still new to me. We're not even half a decade into this. If you, by any chance, detect an unknown meteor, do you get a chance to have it named after you? It would be more of detecting an asteroid or a comet. If you can have, I don't have the... Usually you're going to want to have a permanent observatory set up, so you can actually get an observatory code. So you can, if you detect anything, then they can confirm it. We haven't done anything like that. I wouldn't be adverse to doing something like that. But yeah, as far as like a meteor kind of coming through, they're gone. There's nothing else to record for posterity on that one there, other than the short little video clip that we have of where this suspected meteor had flown through. So does that mean I give myself 2 pats on the back since I inspired Greg to stream and he inspired you? Third rock, yes. Go for it. Go for it. Probably Pablito. Thank you for the lurk. How you doing, friend? You don't have to answer that because you're lurking. But how are you? There is someone in our community that specializes in that. Finding the asteroids, yes. You got asteroid hunters there, don't you? They've asteroid hunters have been in the chat a couple of times. So it's always cool seeing other people who are into astrophotography and just kind of hanging out. And that's their entire jam. Yes, they have huge scopes. They got a 14-inch Rasa. That was like one of their latest acquisitions. 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. But no, they're doing some cool things as well. They're the ones who are tracking these objects and confirming things. Whereas I'm showing you guys some pretty pictures and talking about what it is we're looking at. You know, in the odd time we'll talk about food and why my hands smell like basil. Which I said I was going to answer that a little later. Dinner tonight was roasted tomatoes with feta and oregano and garlic, mixed in with some shell pasta and a boatload of basil, with some tomato paste and some fried mushrooms and garlic. It was delicious. It still is delicious. I'm looking at it right now. I would probably end this stream right now if I was that hungry. You were lucky that you got to look at Saturn through a large scope at our local observatory. Saturn is beautiful to look at through a telescope. Even I had a small view of Saturn, and even be able to see that Cassini division in the rings was amazing. Highly recommend looking at as many planets as possible. All right, it's 1:30 a.m. for me. Time for me to head to bed. Thank you so much for the stream. I will check in again. Ishwood, thank you very much for the follow. Good to see you on in here. Looking forward to seeing you back on some future streams. Glad that you found us, and I will drop you a follow as well on your channel. Check out if you're doing any more crafting on there. Made you a little more hungry than your appetite stimulant. I'll wait. I got actually I'll be going to bed shortly, so that'll be breakfast. I'll have pasta for breakfast. Sounds good. You're working on getting your focuser dialed in, but I think you got back focus problems, so it might be a little short. I don't know why that back focusing frustrates me sometimes with telescopes and cameras, and why can't it just be one length? Why you got some people I see their back focus, their imaging trains are massive. Pardon me. It's just crazy how many extensions they got to put on there. Sebte, what did you clip? You got it all the way out and aimed at a windmill on the horizon. You can't quite get it there. Using a QHY. Earning these photons like mad. Excellent. Good to see the points accumulating there. I will be adding some new channel point rewards over the next couple of weeks. Didn't have to get rid of a couple. Get rid of one. It was just more of the equipment changed a bit, so I didn't need to have a mic check option anymore because my microphone is right here now. no longer a cheap 5-pound lav mic, which overall didn't sound that bad. But how many times I've gotten up from streaming and I've just ripped it out of the socket. So it's only going to last me for so long. Eventually I'll get this on my phone and then I can use Google credits for bits, I think. No worries. Like I said, you guys hanging out here and chatting is... that is really support enough. You guys, by no means am I ever going to be demanding, begging for any monetary... I'm not getting into it. It's not even what I want to get into. But for those who do, and I always appreciate it, everything that comes from this site does go towards astrophotography equipment. That being said, there might be a little bit of a pool building up because I'm still waiting on certain filters to come back in stock. So, once tonight was also a bit of a test to see how this filter looked. It's not exactly the same kind of band pass in the visible spectrum as the filters I'm looking at, but at least this is a nice barometer to see what I can expect from a little bit of a wider band pass. And if I can get one that is going to work well with cutting out the LED lights in my town, then that's all the better. Because see that earlier on tonight, it was I was kind of pointing a little too low on the horizon. You can really see a massively heavy gradient, whereas when we're kind of shooting straight up towards the zenith, it's a nice it's a flatter image that we have. There's still a bit of light pollution you can see coming through, but it's not as bad as when we're kind of steering right into the street lights there. No, just like to support worthy streamers, mate. I appreciate it. It's all good. It's all good. Good to see you in here, though. Good to see you in here. I've now got around to testing ETTR to get more image detail. There's even a plugin for Lightroom to simplify post-processing. Is there now? I've never used Lightroom. I've always just kind of used Photoshop. I know that there's so much more that you can kind of do to your raw images within Lightroom. That's the thing. When I'm processing the images on the channel, I don't always dive into the really kind of nitty gritty of what I do for image processing, because it also involves a lot of going back and forth, and it can be very, very, very boring. And I try to keep things moving along as best as possible to try to bring an interesting image there. And speaking of interesting images, here's our Whirlpool Galaxy. I'm happy with that one. All right, Christy, thank you very much for the lurk. Appreciate that. Very nice, eh? I'm happy with that one. A little, nope, don't go. A little noisy. I'm just wondering if that is just so much more light coming in from the filter. We're at minus 10 degrees. Gain 101. Lost our guide star. That's fine. Losing the guide star is all right. But again, then there's the pinwheel, the Whirlpool Galaxy, which we have now captured in the Moon and Sky Glow filter, our tri-band filter, and our city light suppression filter. The noise that can easily be. Also, we're stretching this. We're really amplifying a lot of the noise in here. If we pulled it back a bit, kind of smooth things out. Astro Beard going to run to the Explore Scientific show. Have a good one. Clear skies. And to you, my friend. Good to see you in here. We'll be wrapping things up very shortly as well tonight, because it is also, like I said, a work night. And while my commute is only 30 seconds, I still need to be mildly productive at work this week. It is very busy. It's nice to be busy. The good thing about Lightroom is that you can use settings for Photoshop as smart objects and thus benefit from the advantages of both programs. But I can understand if you don't want to change your workflow. I'm always open to adjusting the workflow. It's more of just what I'm doing on stream. You know, is it going to be interesting if I'm just kind of doing one of these like the Jafuli, hello, how you doing? How are you? Good to see you in here tonight. Let's see if we can adjust this a tiny bit. That's a little too low. You found a lamb on the moorland. Did you now? Was it served with mint jelly? Just get the right level of zoom here. That's not too bad. That's not. It's this filter. I'm seeing more blue within these galaxies, which is kind of cool. A few hours old, a couple of nights ago. He has doubled my followers and is a star. He's going to be a pet. His name is Link. Oh, that's adorable. That's cute. Yeah, animals will do that. Animals will double up followers. I had a friend start sharing one of their cats online. The dang cat almost had more followers than I did in like 2 weeks. I've been on Instagram for like 4 years now. Do you have a pet section in Discord? I do not yet. I just added a Lego section, so you know what? Why not add a section for our furry friends? Oh. Drop it in the general chat for now, and I'll sort out a bit of the Discord this weekend. So I'm just starting. I'm like slowly cleaning things up in here. But yeah, drop a link to Link or a picture of Link in there. I'd love to see it. Yeah, the past few days have gone mad. The charts have gone mad. Awesome. Yeah, they'll do that. Animals are adorable. The Big Zinc. Hello, Zinc. How you doing? How's it going tonight? Good to see you in here. We have had wonderfully clear skies this night, and let's see, what does the forecast look like? Do I want to pick a target just to add some data to? Jafuli, that's adorable. Oh my god, that's so cute. I'm risking making some unmanly noises right now. So that is a little lamb named Link. That is very cute. You're good? You've been lurking for a while now? Oh, that's all good. It's all good. You ended up getting snow in your setup. No! How bad was it? How much snow did you get in there? Said I had a bit of snow fall into the RC scope a few weeks back. And that's where we see some donuts coming into play here. But yeah, Jafuli, that's adorable. Luckily nothing's hurt. Excellent. I've heard people had like their equipment get soaking and it still works just fine. So at least we know that there is some resilience to a lot of the astro imaging. Who is that again who wrote that he likes lamb burgers? Who was it? Somebody said that, didn't they? That's very cute. Light snow, but it was scary. It is. There was one morning I barely had my scope covered up. This is also before the Telegizmos cover that it started. It was raining, and there's just like I had like a recycling bag over top of it, and I figured that's fine. It was fine, but it was just like, holy smokes, why would I do that? If anyone is free in the UK daytime, he's often live. That's on your Jafuli on your channel there? Because I would love to watch your little lamb playing around. That's fantastic. All right, so what we were waiting on. Well, I will update you guys later on during the week once we get the information back, if it is at all confirmed. Well, there's a proper shout out. Watch the adorable little lamb Link on Jafuli Poacher's channel. Sorry if I don't respond. Currently playing some Rocket League and watching. I've played a lot of Rocket League. I gave it a shot. Not my cup of tea, but I get how I understand how fun it is. No worries. Hey, if it involves a cute little animal, yeah, let's check it out. Also, this is the clip of the evening, which I did not see it, and luckily it was clipped by a couple on stream, a couple of eagle-eyed viewers, of a potential meteor that flew through, unless it was maybe just something illuminated by the streetlights. We're not sure yet. We'll have to see if there's any confirmation on any reports of a meteor in this area. So we'll see how that's going to turn out. That'll be pretty cool if it is, discovering that on the channel.
Another day.
Oh, look, it's Astro Canuck merch. I said I'm waiting for my order to arrive.
I have a
I'm
feeling.
excited to have some new T-shirts rather than the old rotation that you guys have been seeing.
Yeah. I am. I have to go pick up some medication.
I've heard nothing but actually good things about the about what Stream Elements sends out there. So it's actually not crummy stuff. I'm just waiting to actually experience it firsthand. Looked like it went up and not down. Yeah, it would have come from like the east and traveling kind of like northwest. We'll see if that actually works there. Yeah, if I'm going to get it, I'll look to see what the sizes are like, and I'm going to get the biggest hoodie. Because it's also nice. It's nice to be cozy in a hoodie as well. That's what they're meant for. Be all nice and snuggly. Exactly, right? Oversized hoods and everything, and just... Sunday afternoon, there's not much else going on. Just cuddle up on the couch and relax with some kind of movie. Maybe watch all the Die Hard series. So towards you, not aliens going home from a Devon holiday? No. You sleep in your favorite hoodie that your dad left for you. That's always nice things to hold on to there. Always good to have connections with certain things like that. Die Hard, a man of culture, yes. It may not be Christmas, but I will still watch the heck out of Die Hard. Also, it was just they just recently had them come on. Are they on Disney Plus? On the Stars channel? Which I think is kind of strange. Bit of a lateral movement for Disney. Just, I don't know. Anyway, I digress on that. But to be able to watch all the Die Hard movies and not have to wait for them to come out in different times on Netflix or Amazon. Maybe that's what I'll do this weekend. Maybe so. We'll see how that goes. But for now, we have our final image. It is M51. We've ended up on... We've finished off on this target before. Now, I don't know. Again, I see more blue. I really see kind of like the more blue coming through on here with this filter. So I'm liking that. I'm liking that aspect of it. That one's turned out really well. So happy to see that one. And like I said, we have imaged... And that's what I was going to do. I was going to see what the weather was going to be like before, to see if it actually is going to hold up for the rest of the evening. Because if so, I will happily collect more data on... Nope. Well, that was easy. No, the weather is going to start turning pants in a bit for me. All right, so I will pack things up. I got a nice playlist of vids, known as the Download Queen in some circles. I've been known to find the oldest and rarest vids of old commercials. I love old commercials. How cheesy some of them can be. And yes, Die Hard is on my movie playlist for sure. Excellent. You archive a lot of it for posterity. I love old cereal commercials. There's just something surreal about some of them. Just how they would try to lure you in with some of their old marketing techniques. So the old ones for computers, like with Leonard Nimoy, so great. Awesome. That is cool. Is this on your YouTube channel? Or is this just your personal collection? Not yet. But somebody did put it up on YouTube. Fair enough. If you ever do start to archive things online, let us know. Drop it in the Discord. We have our general chat section there. Woo! Alpha! How are you? Good to see you back. Terabytes of various vids and all inclusive everything Star Trek related. Wonderful, wonderful. Oh, Halcyons. Oh, hey, Alpha. Alpha, thank you very much. Very kind of you. Thank you very much for the gifted sub to Christy Hurt. Appreciate that. Oh, I just finished getting this place back in good conditions, and again, boom. Alpha, thank you very much. Very kind of you. Appreciate that. Thank you very much for the gifted sub to Christy Hurt. You guys are fantastic. So just those who are lurking, those who are chatting, those who are doing their things, I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. No one has ever done anything like that for you before. Well, Alpha, that is very, very kind of you. It's very, very kind. I'm glad you can make someone's day there. You guys are a fantastic community that has come together, and as like I say, time in and time out, that I'm very fortunate to have met so many awesome people on Twitch, and just create these new friendships that I never would have had the opportunity to if certain things didn't work out in the world. This is it's wonderful. You guys are fantastic. You give me someone just to share my enjoyment with. It's usually I would be imaging if it was clear, but to be able to do this and share it with you guys and get your reactions and get you guys excited about the night sky as well, and seeing that there is so much more beyond what we can see out our back garden. That I can show you some cool galaxies, I can show you some amazing star clusters, show you the moon. As much as I moan and complain about the moon, it's still a beautiful target to look at there. Oh, Halcyons. Good to see you in here. Twitch is incredible. There's so much more than just video games. I know that when a lot of people, when I mention that, we'll do things on Twitch like, oh, what games do you play? I'm like, I don't really play games. I share images of space. Try to do something different. Try to do something cool. Your granddad always said the same when I was little. It's a big reason you're so interested in space. Awesome. Wonderful to hear. I love sharing the night sky with you guys, because I always feel that visual astronomy, it's fantastic, it's great, it's a very personal experience, but you just can't always describe what you're looking at. If I looked at this galaxy, at the Whirlpool Galaxy through a large telescope, and I would describe to you guys, oh, there's these two galaxies that are interacting. It's like, what does that look like? It looks like, I don't know, the Cheshire Cat, maybe? Hope you're on for a bit longer. Uncle Bill, what is up? We still have some clear skies. Link to land, yes. Burroughs Forge. Orion, there's more for you to clean up. Burroughs Forge, how you doing tonight? Good to see you. Thank you very much for the raid. Raiders, welcome in. Brought you some TKF love. Way. Hey, guys. Thank you very much. Burroughs Forge, thank you. Schnappy Schnoo, welcome in. Good to see you in here. Hamster Roll, thank you very much. Evo's Gold, welcome in. Schnappy Schmoo. Schnappy Schnoo, thank you. Welcome into the observatory, everyone. Good to see you guys in here. My name is Tom. I'm the Astro Canuck. And when we have clear skies, much like now, I'm sharing live images of the night sky with you guys. I'm here in the east of England, and whenever we get this rare opportunity of some clear skies, we're taking images of galaxies, nebulae, globular clusters, the moon, anything that we can get our telescope looking at there. Oh, your son's name is also Tom. Good name. Good name choice. Perfect. Burroughs, how you doing? How was your stream? What were you up to tonight? I'm assuming that's either Mars or Venus there. That is, I believe that is Arcturus. That is a star that we're seeing up there. My tablet has died, so I gotta switch over to the phone. Yes, that is that is Arcturus, which is 36.7 light years away. Forging bees and breathing fire. Sounds epic. Streaming went well. Awesome. Snap might be in luck and managed to squeeze my off-axis guider back into the mix. Excellent. Good luck on that. Burroughs has a bit of everything. Fabulous. You get in a loading circle. Ruh-roh. Ruh-roh-raggy. Good luck on the test with there, Bill. Hopefully that's going to work out there. Yes, the planets we are... right now, for the plane of the ecliptic, everything is kind of like congregating around the sun right now. So we don't really have anything else any other planets that we can see. Well, the one good thing was that Mars was in that position when we were at opposition earlier on, kind of like midway through 2020. And we got some really cool images of Mars. But yeah, other than that, it's just stars for now. We're actually kind of looking out towards interstellar space at the moment. It's just the bands of the Milky Way are kind of sitting in the kind of the west and the northwest area for me. So it's kind of like out of my view to the east. Yes, Uncle Bill, thank you very much for sending over the raid from Burroughs Forge. Appreciate it. Good to have you guys in here tonight. The reload worked. Wonderful, wonderful. Is that the Elgato Wave? It is. It is the Wave 3. I was a little tired of using a little lav mic, because how often I would rip it out of the audio jack when I forget that I still had it clipped on after a stream. So I figured as a bit of a birthday present, I would treat myself to a little something for the stream. You know, we have anything that comes in for those who have given bits and things like that. All that goes towards astrophotography equipment. And right now we're waiting on stock to come in on a filter or two, so that way we can bring more interesting images of the night sky. We had our image of the Whirlpool Galaxy, which was two interacting galaxies 27 million light years away in the constellation of Ursa Major. Now we have imaged the Whirlpool Galaxy before, and this is a filter that I kind of found kicking around in some old storage boxes. Figured to give it a try tonight, see how it's going to work there. Get a rough idea of what I'm expecting to see out of our next broadband filter that we're going to have attached to this there. Yeah, you bought yourself a tablet so you can work on sketching blacksmithing projects yesterday for your birthday. Hey, happy birthday! There's a lot of March babies that I've seen. There've been a lot of March babies coming out of the woodwork, and it's just that more people than I expected. I didn't think, oh, you were born in March too. Oh, hello, friend. Hello, birthday month pal. Venus is one of your favorite objects in the night sky, always easy to identify. I liked last year walking home from work, and the moon was up, but also Venus was up, and I was walking back to the train station just constantly looking up, and it was just a little disheartening to see a lot of this. Not enough people looking up. Just kind of wanted to look. That's Venus. That's another planet up there. But I guess people wouldn't take too kindly to that. Used to walk home in the evenings too, and your route home would have you walking towards Venus. Love it. It was really cool to see, and it's so bright, you know. Heck in, Anchor Club Warship. How are you, brother? Good to see you. Still hanging around. Appreciate that. Also, speaking of of awesome things, the Warship is an incredible inspiration to me. His community, his Anchor Club, helped me get to the affiliate level at an unbelievable rate. The support that comes in from the Warship's community, check him out, because he does so many good things on Twitch. Has fostered a wonderful community, and if there is anybody that I've seen as of late who definitely needs to go for that partner push, it's going to be the Warship. So check him out if you can. He is in Perth, Western Australia, a former pro wrestler, and I think Twitch is probably the best thing that could have happened to this guy. So yeah, give him a follow if you can. Check him out. Good times on his stream. I lurk all the time. Work has been ridiculously busy, so I haven't been able to participate that much in his streams. I feel sorry about that. But there we go, guys. Rally around the Warship, as he has had others rally around me, and others as well. Sorry we partied too much today. I'm so exhausted, gonna have to go back to bed. Gonna have to go to bed. See you soon. Prince Zakowski, thank you very much for coming in. Good to see you as always. Rest up. Get back to 100%. We'll see you soon. Angie Fooley, you're going for affiliate. You know, if you keep showing Link, keep showing that adorable little lamb, you're gonna get there. Get there in no time. Yeah, you guys are fantastic, and that's why. And the way how the Warship treats his community, it's the way how I want to treat you guys as well, and just bring together some awesome people, and just realize that this is all this is a great community. Twitch is a great community to be able to just meet new friends, meet new people, and see some awesome things that people are sharing that they're passionate about. You know, so I hope that everybody kind of just wants to be able to just share their experiences. You know, just speak amazing to each other. Miss the presence in the chats. I miss you guys too. I try to chime in every now and then. Work has been crazy. Real life has been crazy. We are pretty sure the house is going to sell now. And eventually I will be moving back to Canada. Don't know when. I'll keep you guys posted on that, because obviously stream times are going to change by a few hours. However, I'll try to keep downtime to an absolute minimum. Oh yes, the that is not where is Link? Oh my god, he's so cute. Wombler! Hello, do you think it's worth getting one night of data on a new Galaxy in Portal 8, or just adding more data to M81, M82, trying to decide for tonight? I would... What's your other target? What's your other target, Wombler? What are you thinking of? Yes, that lamb is so cute. That is adorable. I made some unmanly sounds. Not ashamed to admit that. It's so cute. Not sure, something larger for your small 61mm refractor. God, I would think if it's going to be something nice and bright, if you have access to any bright nebulae, and you have a narrowband filter of some sort, go for it. If not, I would add as much data to another target as possible and really bring out those details. So if you have a nice bright nebula, if you have access to Orion or what else you may, or the Rosette Nebula. The Rosette Nebula would look all right in there. Yeah, so if you can get the Rosette Nebula, go for that. Give that a whirl. If not, add more data. That would be my choice on things there. So yes, we have captured many targets tonight, and it's been a pretty good evening. Sword Gamer, welcome into the observatory. How are you doing tonight? This is not what we want to see. We don't want rain. We want clear skies. So the streams would be closer to now start times. Quite possible times. It's 1 in the morning, so that's about 8 p.m. Was it 8 or 9 p.m.? 9 to 10, 10, 11, 12, 12. Currently it's 9 p.m. in Toronto. So yeah, pretty much around this time, streams would be starting. Although for what's a little better in that area is that we have astronomical dark all year round. Whereas here in the UK, while I'm at a higher latitude, and in the winter we have much longer spanning hours of astronomical dark when the sun is no longer impacting on the night sky. Come June, the skies won't be dark enough for long exposures, so we're gonna have to be a little creative if things kind of work out that way. That's about the time Mim would usually be streaming. Just you guess, because he's in the Canadas. In the Canadias. That's it. Mim was here. Mim was here earlier. He came in with altruistic latte. Always good to see them. Good to see familiar faces in the chat, and just the inter-channel disbursement, integration, some sort of, streams coming together. Sword Gamer, so what are you showing in the sky tonight? We have this is a previous image of the Andromeda Galaxy I was showing people earlier. Always super happy to see people from the community and streams randomly. It means we're doing our job. That's true. Introducing people to other amazing people is fantastic. There have been a few other people that I've sent raids to that were absolutely incredibly interesting. There is a streamer who does taxidermy. She goes by the handle of Glorgana. And it is gross, and it is intriguing, and it is like one of the most amazing, interesting streams I've seen in a long time. So it's really cool. The telescope we are using is a 8-inch Richie Kretchen designed telescope, where it has a large primary mirror in the back, a smaller secondary mirror up at the front, and that all goes back into that little red soup can at the back of the scope, which is the ZWO ASI 533. See how we still have some clear skies and everything's really good. Maybe we'll go for one. Do we have one more target available? You're in business, Bill. You think you're doing good, and then I see interesting stuff like what you're doing, and I feel like I'm so far behind. No. Holy potatoes. No way, dude. Shippy, you got an amazing community that's rallied around you. And you have such a magnetic personality. And it's just so much fun being in your streams. You could just sit there and just smile. And it'd be a fantastic stream. You just draw people in. Bringing you all together is what I live for. Uncle Bill, I appreciate you very much. You guys are all amazing. Looping in focus shots on target in the horizon. Now you just got to par focus your off-axis guide. Good luck with that. I've heard of trials and tribulations with off-axis guiding. I'm reticent to start doing that, but if I am going to go to longer focal lengths, I definitely have to get an off-axis guiding. The streams where you do sit there and smile just seem to do the best. You never know what stream is going to kind of take off and what's going to feel successful. Like there have been times I've kind of I'll hit stop streaming and it's just like, whew. How did we get through that one? They're gremlins are everywhere in our equipment there, so it's just a matter of how we kind of deal with it and bounce back. It's your resilience. That's what it is, my friend. That's what draws in. Just going to view the guide camera on my laptop next to it. Excellent. Wonderful. Love it when equipment starts to work. And sometimes when you don't even know why it works, it just works. All the words you guys say are very clearly made up. It's not that I'm smart enough to know what they mean. It's not that I'm not smart enough to know what they mean. It's just all jibber jabber. So the mount I'm using is a German equatorial mount. It is a Skywatcher EQ6R Pro. And it's sitting on a pier adapter, so it is actually a little higher than usual, so I don't have to worry about doing a meridian flip. So this is a little bit of a higher view of the telescope mount. The little blinky box, that is the ASI Air. That's the little Raspberry Pi controlled computer that is doing everything here. Volcano Doc, hello! Volcano Doc, how are you doing tonight? Good to see you in here. Orion, me no use big word, me no use big smart words. The thingy and the whatcha. Me am the smooth brain, not big smart wrinkle brain. I have accepted this. Doing good, thanks. Wanted to come see the sky with y'all. Well, good to have you in here. Share shots of flatten your brain into a smooth cube. But it's giving you a nice place to rest your drink, right? So, do you guys like igneous rock formations? Do you? The hell's an igneous rock formation? Check out Volcano Doc. That's what you gotta do. It's good for all the hats. Yes, I do like that. I do like that gimmick. I do like the extra little bit that you do there. Every time you get a raid, toss on a hat. What's the most hats you've had, Warship? So many hats, so many damn hats. All right, let's see what we got. One more target here. What can we get? Yeah, what is above the horizon? Let's go for a nice big globular cluster, because that's a nice thing to look at. We've looked at galaxies. We kind of got a couple of nebulae earlier on, but let's see what a globular cluster looks like in here. We've imaged one with a narrowband filter, and that was all right. But let's go for M13, the Hercules cluster. When I say J, you say Tenko. J. J. Ah, it's broken. Forget it. Hello there, Jay. How you doing, friend? So who the heck is Jay Tenko? It's this dude.
Every star will die, including our own sun, and eventually all that will be left is a sparse soup of particles and radiation. Even the energy of that soup will be sapped away over time by the expansion of the universe, leaving everything just a fraction of a degree above absolute zero. But TGIF, am I right?
Usually reserved for Fridays, I forgot to turn this channel point redeem off, so we left it on. That is Jay Tenko. That is a good friend of the stream. Gracious enough to record a quick little video for me, as I rightfully won it on his channel. Who needs horror films? We got Jay. That's it. Exactly. TJF, am I right? Am I right? Oh, hello. So what is debayering, you want to know? When a color image comes through, it is in the form of a superpixel, and it mainly turns out black and white with these little dots all around it, and it needs to reconverge into its three colors, red, green, and blue, on the Bayer matrix pattern, so we can form a color image once again. That's how these raw images kind of work. let's get a better guide star here. Because a quick little 5-second exposure, I would never hurt a Pikachu. Jay would never hurt a Pikachu. Never at all. Never. While we are waiting for this to work, Nascetism. Welcome in. Thank you very much for the follow. How are you doing tonight? Yes, that clip. We have apparently caught a meteor on camera. We are waiting for that to be confirmed, whether or not it actually was, or if it was just some kind of other anomaly lit up by the streetlights that kind of quickly flew by there. You know, the camera's shooting at about 30 frames per second, maybe 720p. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if we actually have something that's confirmed in the area, if other people have witnessed it. That'd be kind of cool. Yes, go ahead, make a wish. Just Uwu. Hello. How are you doing tonight? All right, so this is our quick little 5-second exposure on the Hercules cluster. Let's get it. Let's make it look a tiny bit better here. Let's see if we can. We'll do maybe a. You don't have to do a long exposure on this either, which is really good. Because globular clusters, or globular clusters, depending how you want to pronounce it, are nice and bright, and they're very good targets to image. And yeah, I'm pretty sure that's centered enough. Let's do. We can get away with 5 minutes on there. We can get away with 5 minutes. I can ramble on about this target for that amount of time. Try to bring out see as many stars in this object, which is also classified as Messier 13, the Great Hercules Cluster. It is sometimes called it's also classified as NGC 6205, and it's considered one of the most spectacular globular clusters in the northern skies. The Great Hercules Cluster was discovered by Edmund Halley in 1714, who noted that it shows itself to the naked eye when the sky is serene and the moon is absent. Much like tonight, we don't have any moon impeding our vision. So that is keeping the sky nice and evenly lit. It is now 1:30 in the morning. The streetlights have gone out. Yep. It's not raining though. This is the exact opposite of what's actually happening outside. Man. Imagine raining, right? No. As long as we can see Arcturus, as long as we can see that star, we're good. We know that we aren't having any clouds rolling in. So 50 years later, this globular cluster was examined by Charles Messier, and who cataloged it in 1764 as M13. And it's also reported in John Bevis's Celestial Atlas in 1787. Sir William Herschel pronounced it as a most beautiful cluster of stars, exceedingly compressed in the middle and very rich. One of the reasons M13 appears so large and bright is that it's relatively nearby, just about 25,000 light years away. At that distance, its angular diameter of 23 degrees corresponds to 145 light years. The cluster also looks large and bright because it is intrinsically large and bright. These globular clusters are in our galaxy. Pretty much any star that you're going to see, or any kind of globular cluster and nebula, is generally going to be within our galaxy. Anything else, you're going to be looking at other galaxies out there. So while we are waiting for this, to come out there, for this image of M13, let's take a quick jump into Space Engine, and we'll go to the Great Hercules Cluster. This is us. This is Earth. That is our sun. We'll go over to this globular cluster within our galaxy. So this is Space Engine. This allows you to take a tour of the universe, check out those smooth curves, am I right? Travel at any speed, and when you realize when you're traveling at the speed of light and how long it takes to get anywhere in our solar system even, you realize that the speed of light is actually really, really, really slow, universally speaking. So if we start traveling faster, traveling at 33 light years per second, it's still going to take us a long time. If we travel at 1,000 light years per second, it'll take us about 2.2 seconds. Travel a little slower. Speed things up a bit here. This is what we're at. This is our target. This is the globular cluster, M13. It is a dense collection of stars within our galaxy, set about 25,000 light years away, containing about 500,000 stars in this entire cluster. There's a quick jump over to stars in every pixel on the screen. That's it. There's tons. There's many globular clusters, some much farther than others. But like I said, that the M13 is one of the more wonderful looking clusters in the northern sky. Whereas in the southern hemisphere, you guys have Omega Centauri. You have the Omega cluster, which is just that much more interesting to look at. But we have our image of M13. And there it is there from the telescope. So unlike open clusters such as the Pleiades, globular clusters are tightly bound together by gravity and contain very old, mostly red stars. The age of M13 has revised to 12 billion years, nearly as old as the Milky Way galaxy itself. Born before the galaxy's stars had a chance to create metals and distribute them in its star-forming regions, M13's iron content relative to hydrogen is just about 5% of the Sun's. Strangely, for such an old cluster, M13 contains one young blue star, Barnard 29, of spectral type B2. The membership of this star is confirmed by radial velocity measurements. Apparently it is a captured field star. Richie P85. Richie, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome into the observatory. This is I love imaging this one because it's nice and bright. B, it's just this splatter of stars in the night sky. And also there is a little galaxy over here, which I like to see in images. Like if people are asking what is my favorite thing about astrophotography, it has to be finding all of these other objects beyond what your object of affection is for the image. This galaxy right here, this tiny little smudge is a galaxy 540 million light years away. This globular cluster is 25,000 light years away. This is in our galaxy. This is nowhere close. Do you have a channel for any space-related games on Discord? You got a bunch of Elite Dangerous screenshots think you'd enjoy. Not yet. I will add I added a Lego section, and I will add a pet section for those who have furry family members. And yes, I will put on one for gaming as well. And I do have Elite Dangerous in the queue for on the Xbox there, so we'll be hopefully doing some gaming as well as watching Die Hard this weekend. If I can do them both at the same time, that'd be great. You've done a bit of space photography in your travels through the Milky Way. I mean, I've heard that Elite Dangerous looks absolutely tremendous. That is a beautiful looking piece of work. Yes, that is the M13, the Great Hercules Cluster, which never disappoints. I love imaging this. Actually, I haven't even done any stretching on the histogram here. What can we? I don't even need to brighten that up. That is already bright enough. So yes, that is another one of the favorite targets. I have processed this one before. I would definitely like to go back and do some shorter exposures on it, because I think I did exposures before that were way too long. I was starting to really blow at that core section. Whereas, now we're still seeing individual stars within this cluster. So that's what kind of blows my mind from time to time. Astronomy in general, astrophotography, and trying to grasp these vast distances and just how many stars. There's over 500,000 stars in this cluster that has been estimated. And just the longer you start to expose, the more of the fainter stars around the outreaches you're going to start to show there. And just start to bring out as much detail as possible. M19, the globular cluster in Ophiuchi. Yes. However, I do not have access to that area of the night sky. That is blocked by houses and trees, and it just sits way too low on the horizon, unfortunately. And it bums me out, because there are so many targets in that section that I want to image, and it's just not possible, because my neighbors refuse to let me knock their house down. You always like the double cluster in Perseus. I think there's so many things out there. There's still so many targets I want to be able to image, and just due to geographical location, spending a few months in the southern hemisphere, it's once we can get things under control, that's definitely a plan to be able to do some imaging in Australia, perhaps New Zealand, wherever someone will kind of have me in my scope. What are the ones you can get on besides M19? I'm looking largely to the east. There's quite a few clusters I have available, some of the smaller ones. I will have to go through Stellarium a little later. We are looking out towards intergalactic space at the moment. The Milky Way band, the band of the Milky Way, is kind of sitting a little low on the horizon for me. But there's lots of galaxies and globular clusters that I have access to right now. That kind of sits, in the northeast, eastern, southeastern area of the night sky. That's kind of like my area. And looks like I'm kind of wrapping things up at a good time. So we got some clouds rolling in, coming in from the northwest as well. So I'm probably gonna have to definitely pack things up fairly shortly there. But what I will do is ask if you guys are going to stick around for our raid. We are going to send no. All right, I'm going to send you guys over to our good friend Ben Naduva one more time.
Reeling you in.
He is building Lego.
Sinker. I don't.
He
fit.
is.
Is that how you use that phrase? Look like see, there we go. Cherry Flavo with the tattoo. Or
he has slightly edged me over to buying some Lego. It is space-related Lego. Maybe later on we'll have a Lego build of the International Space Station or the Saturn V rocket. We'll see how that goes. But for those of you who are subscribed to the channel, I got you covered. For those of you who aren't, that is alright. Looking after you guys as well. Orion, thank you very much for coming in. Big Zinc, good to see you in here. Volcano Doc, thank you so much for coming in. Sword Gamer, good to see you. Oh, Halcyons, lovely to see you in here. Thank you very much for the follow earlier on. Warship, always a pleasure, mate. Good to see you in here. Mr. J Tenko, if you're hanging around. Christy Hurt, good to see you in here. Very nice to meet you. Looking forward to seeing you on some future streams there. So yes, I'm going to send you guys over to Ben Naduva. Make sure we got everything in place. We need an extremely large telescope Lego set. Yes, we do. I think there is a custom build of that available. But yes, give Mr. Naduva all your love. Show him a good time. Well, that sounded wrong. You guys have been absolutely fantastic. Thank you guys very much for Burroughs Forge for the raid. Altruistic Latte as well for the raid. Sebte for the raid. You guys are absolutely fantastic. Good to meet new friends of the channel. Happy for you guys to stick around the raid. You guys have been absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much for this for sticking around for this little bit longer than the usual stream. I'm gonna have to get to bed soon. But fantastic to see you guys as always. We'll be back, let's say maybe Friday. Unless the skies clear up earlier. We'll be doing more of this. But thank you guys once again. As always, much love to you all. I have been Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. I'm not here to change the world. I'm here to share the universe. Have a very good evening, and we will see you soon. Take care.